We are now streaming live on YouTube.
IT, are we streaming?
We are streaming.
Thank you. Share, you're ready to begin.
Good evening, everyone. You are here at a meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board, and today we are July the 23rd, 2024. Are there any changes to the agenda, Heather?
I got Cheerios and 8 board members under new business. Item I, 2024-008628 HDRB 216 Old Santa Fe Trail Downtown and Eastside Historic District has been postponed. Also, item J, 2024-008627 HDRB 214 Old Santa Fe Trail has been postponed as well.
Thank you, Mr. Morgano. Is there a motion to approve as just amended?
Aguilar Medrano moves to approve the agenda as amended.
Member Bienvenu seconds. Last meeting, it was the staff communication on 275 East Alameda Street that was moved to the end of the agenda for the benefit of the applicant and the public. Is that request made tonight as well?
Rios, member Bienvenu now.
Okay.
They prefer to remain where they are.
I second the motion.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Madeline Medrano. Excuse me, yes. Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't have minutes this time around. We do have 5 findings of fact. We have 3 of them, 4 findings. 3 of them from April the 23rd, 2024. Changes to any of these? Board members or staff? It appears not. I'll entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, if I may, we need to do roll call.
Pardon me?
Roll call.
Right, but I need to entertain a motion first, and then we'll do the roll call. Who's making a motion?
I move to approve the findings of facts and conclusion of law, items A through C dated April 23rd, 2024.
Neither seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano. Yes. Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And now we have 1 finding that is from May the 14th, 2024.
Madam
Changes to
Chair.
this. Yes,
I,
Attorney Frank, Rubalid.
We may be a bit out of order because I noticed that roll call was omitted from the agenda. Yeah, we usually have item number 1.
Oh,
roll
yes,
call.
absolutely. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I think,
Oh, that's what Amanda was saying. I thought she was referring to, yeah. Okay,
but I think that we should do that before.
okay,
we-
I will, thank you for pointing that out. Apologies. Let's do a roll call, please.
Madam Chair Rios.
Here,
Vice Chair Guida.
excused.
Member Mather.
Here.
Member Benvenu.
Here.
Member Bescheid. Member Aguilar Medrano. Here. You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I think we have to go back to the 1 finding. You made a motion and you seconded. And now maybe we have the roll call in reference to this particular, finding and conclusion.
Madeline Aguilar Medrano. Yes. Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Your finding has been approved.
Thank you very much. Matters from the public. Anyone in this room wishing to come forward and speak about anything in reference to H board matters? Not anything that's a case tonight, but anything that might be on your mind. Not anybody here, anyone on Zoom? Oh, yeah, come forward to the podium, please. Okay, just go ahead and go to the podium so we can hear you and they can record you.
I'm Laura Post, and I'm here representing a CC compound on Dunlap Street. And I have several questions that have to do with one of the items that's.
One of the cases this evening,
So I'm,
I will call for public comment and you can comment at that time. Okay?
I'm sorry. that-
No, no problem. If you've never been here before, I could understand why you're a little confused. So there's no one on Zoom?
Curious, actually, there is Miss Stephanie Benenato. Ms. Benenato, you may unmute.
Thank you. Stephanie Benenato, can you hear me?
Yes, Stephanie.
Okay, great. I want to point out again that many buildings in the downtown, that the HVACs are on the roof. They're not being shielded at all. I pointed out 300 Galisteo Street. I pointed out, I think it's 311 Old Santa Fe Trail, which is a restaurant, has a huge HVAC system over the whole roof. And so far, 3 months later, nothing has happened. And I've been noticing actually many, many more of them. I noticed one the other day. I'm sorry, I was doing a tour and now I can't remember exactly where I was standing. But again, it's just a huge system that you see from the roof, and it's really detracting from the sort of supposed historical quality and character in the downtown. I also want to point out that I don't really, it took code enforcement years to get Sarah Novuson's and the Oldest House's signs off, away from the old church, the oldest church, because they're advertising off site. That took about 3 or 4 years. Then the signs went away, but every year they come back. And they are back. They're at the corner of De Vargas and Old Santa Fe Trail where they're not supposed to be. And I have to say that I don't feel like there's any kind of deterrence going on because they keep coming back. If they were fined, maybe they would decide that they should actually do what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else on Zoom?
Curious, no.
Okay. Next, we have staff communications.
Yes, Chair Rios. One thing, and I'll defer to Gary for the rest, but the first thing I would like to, in a bit of a response to Ms. Benenato, we've been catching a lot of illegal HVAC and we've had a lot of applications as a result. So we do have eyes on the street, but maybe it's one inspector, and we as staff will try to help him out and see if we can find anything else that might be problematic. So I always respect and appreciate the public's help with our enforcement matters. So and then with reference to other communications, Maggie Moore, who is our planning manager, is interim assistant director. She's sitting in the back. And so I just wanted to let you know that she'll be attending our meetings. She is incredibly qualified from a planning perspective. She has a lot of experience. She's worked with the state. She has also worked with the county, and we're lucky enough to have her here. So she has been managing the Planning Commission and Board of Adjustment committees and has done a lot of work with the city council as well on particular cases, and is just brilliant. So I just wanted to let you know she's going to be another resource for you.
Thank you, Heather, for recognizing her. And Maggie, thank you. And back to you. Gary?
We have 275 East Alameda, so the individual here.
Okay, will the applicants please come forward?
State your name and address for the record, please.
Andrew Dutra, 106 Faithway.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
The gentleman has been sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Glad to be back. This is the old St. Francis Cathedral School, which we're all familiar with. And tonight we wanted to have another info session, share kind of an evolved design, exterior design for you, as well as I hope to jump in a bit to some process questions, because we had some of that at our December meeting, and just trying to clarify the path forward that we've kind of been back and forth in. The first, sorry, is that better?
Bring that up a little bit.
It's for people of less stature.
That'll be,
there we go.
yeah,
Okay. So, sorry.
much better.
It is much better. So quick thing I wanted to say was that this project, I don't know if you recall that, but is pretty personal one for my family and I. My daughters both went to the cathedral school for 4 and 5 years, which is great, before they went to Santo Nino. And I'd say that that time in our family was, you know, one of those golden years of walking the kids to school, performances there, all that kind of thing. So we really take that as a personal mission here, in a sense, to do something different, interesting, revive the building. I drive by it every day and I keep thinking, oh, we got to get there so we can perk it back up and bring it to life for the benefit of the city. So just wanted to say that. Process wise, I don't know if everyone will recall, but when we came in December, there was sort of we had a path we thought laid out between Planning Commission and H Board. I think there was sort of an objection to seeing this project for approvals at that point without having seen more of the design. Totally get that and understand that. And so we morphed that into an information session that I think addressed that from a beginning standpoint. I want to do this one again to have more time for you to look at that and absorb it. And then it's the next steps that I was hoping to get some clarification on, which is, you know, you control the height and the footprint variances that we are looking for. I don't think at the last meeting there was really any objection to our height, which is effectively the same as the existing building. We did discuss somewhat the footprint aspects of things, and Wayne and Sheb can go into that a bit more. So those are the two main variances we want to get to. We'd like to come back here in about a month, end of August, to ask for those exception variances. At the same time, we'll be submitting sometime in August, I think, to the Planning Commission for that process. I say that because under planning and zoning, it's a 56-foot height requirement. We're not anywhere near that. The footprint, that's really more of a coverage of the lot issue and not so much how much you expand and historic building. And so those are the two that it's hard for us to go there. That should be an easy approval for Planning Commission. On the other hand, it's a lengthy process, and we'd have to have our drawings, you know, very well developed to have that make sense. Be preferable to us if we could come back, get that approval from you, and also kind of in a general sense tonight, understand whether there's massive objection to the height or the footprint exception we're looking for, so that we know if we need to try and adjust on that basis. And as I say, in December, we felt like we got most of the way there. Does anyone kind of recall that or have a comment on that process, even from the last meeting, or thoughts on it? As I think, remember Guida said last time, process isn't serving the board well. It's not serving us well. I think it also is really hard for city staff to navigate when there's, you know, two trails that don't quite meet. So, I mean, I can continue. I just didn't know if there was sort of a feeling on the part of the board as to how this should proceed, or anyone else.
I think that you are proceeding in the correct manner.
Okay.
You're telling us what you're wanting to do, and then Wayne will probably go into more specifics. And I think if board members have anything to say, I will ask them after your presentation.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I want to touch something. Then the next part that I wanted to give a quick introduction on was sort of our design drive on this, in sort of a short form. I think Mr. Meme, and I don't know if he did this in every building, but you know, our building is a pretty unique one in one sense, which is that along the Alameda frontage, you have a very Pueblo revival design, pretty straight up. And then you go down Paseo de Peralta, not the same thing at all. It's a pretty modernist structure with the concrete spandrels, very large glass, rectangular, framed by some stucco, but not in any sense a Pueblo revival or other, you know, vernacular that you're used to here. Although this building has it, many other ones in town do, but I think it's a pretty striking and different modern building at the time that it was designed and constructed. So for us, in looking around town and trying to decide what was maybe the right direction to go, the Pueblo revival and that sort of thing, of course, lived in Pueblo revival buildings my entire life. Love it. It's also, there's a lot of it in town. And it's not unique in that sense. I think that the Paseo frontage and that construct is very unique and interesting. And that became kind of our I would say, driving force of what can we do with that in a complementary and derivative fashion to get us to where we have a new design that goes in there that works for everyone. So the way we did that, in essence, was to take that Paseo de Peralta frontage and its elements, which are sort of the frames around the windows, then the concrete spandrels above, you have then the glass, and you have the concrete lintel. And below the glass, you have the concrete spandrels, which are those concentric concrete patterns. We took each of those in the new design that Wayne and Cheb will show you and broke it up and brought some out, some in. So we have sort of the same composition, but just updated, introduced some wood under the ceilings of the portals and patios to kind of echo that as well. So I guess we'll see how we did with that. And I'm going to give way to these gentlemen to kind of explain and show you in detail the design, and look forward to your feedback. Obviously, I'll be over here to come to their rescue when they get in trouble. So they will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Wayne Lloyd, 740 St. Michael's Drive.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Mr. Lloyd is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Jeff Mirando, 1301 Declavina Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Miranda is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We have to load our thumb drives here. We're going to go through a little history and a little factual information, and then get into the details of design. A lot of slides and a lot of information. We'll try to go through it pretty fast since we know you've got other items on the agenda, but we're really happy to have you take this time to see this in an informational only, and so we can get your feedback for the next time around. Hope you can get to see it. We'll switch laptops.
Wayne, may I ask you some questions that are
Sure.
pertinent to the project while you're loading?
Yes.
So this building is contributing, correct?
Yes.
And most of the new building, I'm sure you're going to do something to the contributing building, some changes, I'm going to surmise. But most of the changes are going to take place, I would say, on the northwestern part of the building. Is that correct?
North and west.
North
Yes.
and west, correct.
Yes, we're doing very little to the, there are two primary facades, Paseo and Alameda. And we're doing very little, if any, changes to that other than exterior changes where the wall that runs along Paseo is one straight constant height wall that was built after 87, I believe. 78 or 87, might have reversed that. I do not believe it's contributing. We'd like to take that wall down, put a much more interesting wall in, working with the landscape architect. So we're putting both a wall back on Paseo and a wall on Alameda, so that we've got, as part of the hotel, where we'll have a restaurant on the Alameda side, and we'll have outdoor eating in that grass area along Alameda. So we want a wall there to separate us from the traffic. Not a high wall, but a wall. And
Have
further,
you already thought of more or less what height that would be?
we're between 3 and 4.5 feet.
On both sides, both the Alameda and the
Yes.
Paseo?
The existing wall now on Paseo is actually higher than that. So I don't think we're doing anything radical in terms of the wall height. Certainly making it more interesting, adding a couple benches literally as bancos on the wall along Paseo. There we are.
Okay. And
Okay.
just one last question. Would you tell us the height of the existing building? And you indicated,
Yeah.
or it was indicated that the height of the proposed building will be about the same.
Existing building is 34. And our new building, the 34 is because when Mame designed this, he had a very high floor to ceiling height. So even though this is 2 stories, it's actually 34 feet. We're in our addition on the north and the west side, we're 3 stories and we're asking for 36 feet. So 2 feet higher than this. We've got sightline drawings that show you what can't be seen from either Alameda or Paseo. So we think it's completely compatible height-wise. We've got the Drury north of that, that's 5 stories. We've got the Inn at Loretto just west of this that are 5 stories. The Inn on the Alameda is 3 stories. So it's surrounded by buildings that are as tall or taller than this building. The underlying zoning, it's BCD. Underlying zoning is 56 feet. Not that that matters. We're not asking for anything more than 2 feet higher than what this is. Underlying zoning also, we're only allowed a 70% lot coverage. And that's very specific just to this area. Most of the BCD is 100% lot coverage. But that's more a zoning issue than it is an H-board issue. So here we are with the first slide. Everyone has seen this elevation, 2 stories of classrooms with the tower. And now the tower is certainly more than 34 feet, but and it shows the existing wall there. So let's back up one, Jeb.
So our connection to the monitors is basically blinking in and out. We may have to do this a couple of times through it.
Let's see if Heather can help.
Gotcha. Sorry about that. So the existing building, as you saw on that slide, has a concrete spandrel between the first and the second floor. So we're using that concrete spandrel as Meme has done, even on this building. Look outside, it's got a concrete, they don't have.
We love technology until it fails us.
Let's try to give it to the youngest person in our office because
That would, yeah. That would work.
there it goes. Months of computer work and we can't show it to you. Yeah, we used to bring boards in. And a model.
IT, can you please project my screen?
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, I'm hoping it's not our loading of this thing. It's loading? No, hold on.
Project from my screen. Can you project from my screen? I have it.
No, no.
I just share screen on Zoom, so can you project? Yeah.
Can someone update us?
Good thing I'm a bit nerdy. I think we may have figured something out. There we go.
Oh, great. Fantastic. So the only other thing I wanted to point out here is that very straight wall that goes 180 feet long, and it is not historic. So you'll see what we want to replace that with as we go along here. The other slide at the top right just shows how badly this building is deteriorating and is just in dire need of getting fixed up. The sign letters are coming off and wood is deteriorating. The tower is deteriorating. The stucco, the concrete lentils on the windows. So next, Heather, please. This just shows the predominant building, the square footage of the building was built in 1949 by John Galmeen. The blue area was done in 1961 by Urban Widener. And then there's a little piece that's more yellow there that was added sometime after 61. Next, please. These are the original elevations done by John Galmeen's office. A little bit of history here. John McHugh went to work for John Galmeen in 1945, right after the war. He worked with John Galmeen until 1955 when he set up his own office. Having worked with John McHugh for 15 years, I can almost guarantee that he made these drawings in 1949. That just shows you the two sides that are contributing on this property. Next. So on this one, again, the phases, but more importantly, the Alameda elevation and the existing landscape that's there now. Some of it's in very bad shape, but next slide. You're not really close enough on these images to see the amount of rot and need of repair on the vigas, the corbels, the vertical beams. The bottom left image shows that part of that portal where it's yellow was filled in at some point just to create more storage. So we're proposing to take that back to the original elevation, or yes, exterior elevation. Next. Again, a closer up image would show you how bad the condition of the stucco and the window sills. At this point, I'd like to bring up that through freeze thaw over the years, the concrete sill at the bottom of those large glass panes, which is the more international style, that whole east facade that runs along Paseo, it's very traditional Pueblo facing Alameda. But as you make the turn, the middle brown area is actually a concrete spandrel, similar to what we've got on this building. This one, it happens to be painted white, but much larger windows, much greater percentage of glass than as the historic board or created the regulations in 1955 or 56 somewhere. This was done before that. Certainly the percentage exceeds that percentage now, but being a contributing or a primary facade, we're keeping all of that. We would like to not only fix the concrete lintels that are falling apart from freeze thaw, replacing those, but we would like to replace the steel frame windows in kind, exactly as they are. but they're not energy efficient, they're leaking, they're just in bad shape. So while we don't want to change the image at all, we would like to make that repair. Next. Here's a close-up picture of that concrete spandrel, close-up picture of the windows. On the bottom left, you can see how poor condition of that concrete sill, and it's literally, the concrete is just flaking off and coming apart. Likewise, the windows are just in real, the sill problem is created by the windows leaking and the water getting behind the steel frames and allowing that concrete to freeze thaw. Are we on 6, 7? Okay. Take it away.
Yeah, so as Wayne started there with the spandrels, I mean, what's really unusual about the building, not completely, it's seen here as well, but you know, in this building, meme was really getting into being influenced by the international style. You've got the sort of ribbon windows in the storefront and the concrete spandrel with the square motif there. One thing in terms of our proposed window replacement, because of the way these windows are recessed into their sills, it would be very hard to replace them without damaging the spandrels. So we're still working on this as we develop the process, but we're actually having very hard time figuring out how we would hold on to those windows without potentially damaging the spandrels. But next slide, if you would. So just to take you a little walk around the non-contributing sides of the building, you know, you have the international style influenced meme facade on the east, and then the fairly Pueblo meme facade on the south. Going to the east, you predominantly see a mix. The meme portion of that facade has had a kind of a stacking of non-permitted work on it. So the HDRB that was done on the property by Mr. Murphy was pretty good at capturing this, that essentially this east facade has lost a lot of its character the more it goes north, right? On that corner, we see meme there, but the more you go north, you start to get into construction that we don't have documentation of, but we wouldn't necessarily characterize as Pueblo. If you could go to the next slide. And then on the north facade, so you can see on image C there where that meme facade abuts the Urban Wagner addition, and that addition certainly tried to pick up on the storefront, but you know, we find the one-story version of it. I guess we would say we agree with Mr. Murphy that it's just not particularly. It tries to follow that, but to us it looks like a 50s school that you might see anywhere in the country. Next slide, if you would. So on the bottom, we have the spandrels that you see painted white here. And then the opposite side of the, west facing facade. So both facades, their opening coverage on one side, I believe we're at 38%. On the other, we're at 36%. So we're fairly high. Next slide, if you would. You don't need to, or not all that relevant to read most of the data here, but we did just want to take you through the relative size of what we're proposing. You know, the hotel is 3 stories, and the total room count is yeah.
Existing building square footage is 64,000 square feet. No, sorry, that's the addition. The existing building is 32,110. The addition is 64,807 for a total square footage of 96,917. Now, beyond that, we're supplying underground parking below the addition and the open area that you'll see as a courtyard. And it complies with the requirements for the parking or the number of rooms that are in the building. Beyond that, we're going through a lot of parking data that really and other zoning issues that have more to do with the planning commission than this board. So next slide, please. So this is simply existing footprint and the parking that's all asphalted right now to the north and west. Next. So here is our first floor plan, keeping all of the primary facades intact on the south and the east, and adding on to that, starting on the west side, going north, and then across the property on the north side, with a double loaded corridor there, single loaded corridor on the west, and creating a courtyard that would have a swimming pool in the middle and underground parking under all of that area. Next slide. Oh, before you go there, entry is on the bottom south west corner. And we come in under a porte cochere with the front door right where you saw that previous existing west facade, or kind of the least interesting existing facade right now, but we're making that the entry to the hotel. And it shows also here the unstraight wall that runs along Paseo, how we've created benches to sit along the sidewalk, as well as landscaping. We'll have elevations of that wall a few slides from now. The wall also running along the sidewalk on the south side, creating outdoor eating spaces from the restaurant on the southwest corner. Next slide. Oh, and we're going down, so it's valet parking. You'll stop under the porte cochere. Someone takes your car from there and goes, that whole gray area along the west side is actually a ramp that goes down to the parking garage. Next, please. Second floor. No, we've gone to an existing, so showing you what's there versus what we just discussed. Next. And that is Heather Lamboy. So this is just another view without the landscaping being colored in, and shows literally the footprint, and maybe a little easier to read that ramp that runs down the west side to the parking garage. Next. One more. Second floor. So I think it's appropriate to bring up, we have a break at the end of the north end of the existing east facade or the meme building, there's a break between that and the new construction, so that we separated the existing from the new. Now, we're allowed to add to non-primary facades so long as we don't go over 50% of the existing footprint. We are going over, we're requesting that we go over the 50%, but we're not doing that on the visible side or the primary facade side. We're doing that on the west side going north. So that would be a variance request, and we will certainly write that up when we come in for approval. Next, please. This is third floor, showing nothing but roof on the existing building and a third level of new construction that would house more rooms and common area facilities such as restaurant and bar, that type of thing. Again, this new portion, or this inverted L shape, is 36 feet. The existing building is 34 feet. Next. Sightlines.
Yeah, just putting a bow on what you might see from the sidewalk on our new construction. First taking you on Alameda Street, looking across, we're essentially showing that existing volume of the existing gym is that parapet shields any new construction. So you're unable to see the new construction from Alameda. As you move further down, we do the addition does go over top of a portion of the existing building, and you're able to see the upper portion of that parapet at the very end of the facade, and you'll see that in our renderings. Next slide, if you would. And then just showing on Paseo, on both sides of that sidewalk, the first volume you see is that is the meme schoolhouse rooms, and that you're unable to see our new construction from that parapet. So the main places that you see our new construction are essentially from the parking lot, where there's an existing parking lot if you were taking those access roads, or at the very edge of the property, approaching Paseo de Peralta on Alameda. You would also see it for a small section going down Paseo before getting to the main property. So now starting into the, if you could go to the next slide, I'll have Wayne come back here.
So this is the corner of the intersection of Paseo and Alameda. So we're standing southeast looking northwest, and we're proposing the wall that runs both along Paseo and along Alameda, and then an arched area and a planter on that corner with the sign located in the middle. At least right now, it's the Cathedral Hotel. And that is mounted on a metal grid that allows vegetation to grow up that grid.
Next slide, if you would. So this is our proposed elevation, looking at the meme classroom facades. Our new construction is seen at the far right of the screen there. So for both the Pueblo, the south Meme facade, and the international style influenced Meme facade, it's a restoration job. If you could go to the next. This is just showing it without the landscaping and a little more clarity.
And various heights on the wall.
Yeah, and you know, as well as being non-historic, as Wayne said, it is a straight shot. It has very little interest to it. I suppose we could keep it, but we just find this serves the property much better. Next slide. Thank you. So this is looking at, this is really where you see the new construction on Paseo before you get to the Meme portion. You know, we propose integrating steel elements, but also using integral landscaping with grow screens.
Street that you're seeing is that exit exists right now coming off the cathedral property. So, street on the right or bottom right is there right now. So this would be the new portion that's separated from primary facade and sets back from Paseo more than the existing building does. Next, please. That's just without the landscaping, so you can really see the building. Go ahead, one more. So this is looking north as if you're at the Drury looking south. Picking up on heavy massing at each end, framing that massing the way the east wall of that Meme did, and then simply between those two masses, running a deck area that's got metal railing and a picking up on that concrete spandrel and the design of that concrete spandrel mounted on the railings. So Sheb's holding an actual sample of that design that would go on the metal railing. All of these deck areas are out 7 to 8 feet, and then simply a flat roof that covers those deck areas. So there's glass doors out of each guest room, but they're setting back under a portal of 6 to 8 feet. They vary around the building. Next, please. This is the northwest corner, showing again the massing on the corners and the less mass between the corners of the building. So the third floor has a roof deck over their exterior patios, as does the second and first floors. We have a trellis or a grid on the north side where you're seeing that landscaping, just to kind of separate anyone that's staying in those rooms from people passing by. Gives a little more privacy. Next, please. This is the west facade. Now, as you can see, we're separating the color as well. So the existing building we're proposing to be La Luz, the stucco color La Luz, which is close to what it is now, though it's faded after many years. So we would keep that as La Luz and then use a much lighter color on the addition to distinguish between the two. Again, on this west facade, heavier massing at each end and an infill of terraces for each of the rooms between that. Where it goes back to the darker color, even though on the right, even though that part of that is new, the first floor is there. We're building on top of that we felt it was best to keep the La Luz color and break it where we have. The smaller wall in front is where the ramp starts down towards the building. Now, you never quite see it this starkly. There's a whole row of trees that exist on the cathedral's property right now that is in front of that wall, and we don't have that landscaping in our set. Next, please. So this is the entry off of Alameda. So again, the primary facade all along Alameda. The porte cochere is an addition. You pull under that and go into the building. Valet will park your car underneath. The wall along Alameda is stepped so that we've got actually stone planters with a stucco cap at various areas along there. The wall predominantly separating traffic from the people eating behind the wall. Our renderer got carried away and made Alameda 2 lanes, but it's not really. Next, please. Here's straight on from Alameda and the planters in the wall that we're proposing to add there. All of those windows that you see are part of the high area of the gymnasium. We're not putting in a floor in there. We're keeping that full height that will become the major either ballroom or conference room. Next, please. The tower is just in dire need of renovation, so, but we're keeping it just as it is. Not moving.
Yes, just fine. No.
It just faded away. Got a little carried away on that.
Okay, there we go. It's just
Mirror.
stopped moving. There we go.
Okay, again, the corner of the intersection of East Alameda and Paseo in its glory of landscaped areas. Next, please. That's without the landscaping, but you can see how much more interesting the new wall is over the existing wall on along Paseo. Next. This is the courtyard and the swimming pool in the middle, parking garage underneath. Next. This is also the courtyard. The Neem building on the right and its windows and the new portion on the left. Next. Different angle looking directly at the west wall of the Neem classroom building. This is the new portion, east wall of the west new building. This is the east wall facing Paseo, but set back further than the existing building. Next.
Sand.
This is your committee.
Feedback loop is happening. Not sure why.
We have a video that walks you around the buildings.
Yeah, go ahead if you would, Heather. So one thing to point out, our new wall there steps back. It varies, but it's significantly more. That existing wall's basically right on the property line, so we're stepping back. So we certainly tried to terrace the massing to the point where most of your experience with the main facade were in the far distance. And then you come back around the corner into the more Pueblo side of Memes building. Maybe coming around the corner a little slower than I remember. One thing it might look like we've set Memes building on fire. We in our infinite wisdom modeled the fire pit that the landscape architect is proposing in that corner. So no, we are not setting anything on fire other than the fire pit, unless you tell us to. And so you can see most of that facade is a restoration project. It's over the addition now that you see on the far left side that you see part of our new building. And this is really where we transition from the style of the existing building to our new. And in this portion where we transition, we essentially have really very much an impression of the meme facade at the end there, reproducing the concrete spandrels. Now this is taking you around the new facade. Well, this is the new north facade, and so we have that grow screen. It helps with privacy, but it also softens, the steel elements. All the steel we propose to be oiled raw steel that would develop its rust patina. And coming back around on the west side, there's our more meme impression there. That's really where we, at the end of our bookend of our new facade, we do a more straightforward reproduction of what meme did on originally on the school building. And now we're going inside the courtyard and more fire, controlled though. And there we go. Oh, our impact on that side of the meme facade is, we essentially have an eyebrow awning and then that railing. All of that is set off of the facade, but the eyebrows themselves do connect. Steven?
Thank you both. Yes, Heather.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Just one thing to remind the board. So there's two processes that are at play here. One with the Historic Districts Review Board relative to design and massing and height and the like. And one related to the Planning Commission approval of a development plan. And so, which Shemirando is a planning commissioner, but I imagine he'll be recusing himself for that case. But so that particular, because the building is the size it is, it does need to be approved by the planning commission as well. So the Maggie Moore and I were trying to figure out what would be the best route. Do we need to know that the design is going to be okay and the massing and the coverage by the Historic Districts Review Board first? Or do we need to do the development plan first? And so that's what the applicant has been sort of dealing with. And so that's why this is an information session to get your feedback so that we could proceed to planning commission. Just with a conceptual type of approach, or if it is the pleasure of the board, come back with a presentation of the design for review and approval before the planning commission. So that's the process that we're going through right now. I just wanted to remind you of that discussion last.
So Heather, the planning commission has not seen any of this.
Arios, that is correct.
Okay.
Just one clarification on that. What we would ask is that we, if you were okay with it, to present to you for the variances. So we would go before you after the planning commission for the design for our final. But if you found it appropriate, we'd like to do a presentation for the asks on the variances.
On the exceptions?
Sorry, the exceptions. Yeah. Would you be able to switch back to the first video?
Oh, sure. The second video. The PDF or the second video? Okay.
I'll switch back when the video is up. It's creating feedback.
So I want to thank both of you, all three of you, for this presentation. In particular, I thought that for me, the video, and I'm sure for the other board members and everyone in this audience, I felt that the video was very helpful. I will open it up for board members to make comments, and I will come back to myself to make some comments. Board members, Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the very both thorough and illuminating presentation. Yeah, so this is always really difficult, and we could spend literally hours tonight going over this. And I don't even think it would be productive because you have just basically 3 voting members before you tonight that would give some personal opinions that I don't think would really tell you very much about what would or would not be approved. And frankly, I think that would be the case even if all the board members were here tonight, because there's just no real opportunity to reach any sort of consensus on such a, really complex design. Yeah, so I can just give a few thoughts off the top of my head, but I think that maybe, Madam Chair, we should think about a process that would be something in between what Ms. Lamboy was suggesting, because I think it would be a mistake for you to come before us on the next occasion with just a request for exceptions on this proposal. I think that you probably need to do some more work in between. And I don't know if that means setting up, if you really want to have the board involved in the design, that might mean some kind of a meeting with a subset of the board for some preliminary review, the same way we're doing with the state capital outlay projects now. The other thing I think that would be important with such a really significant project in downtown would be to be sure to have input from community before the meeting, because I know you're going to have a huge number of people coming to the meeting and responding. And if that could be done ahead of time, where you're talking at least to the Old Santa Fe Association, who will be extremely interested in this, and any other neighboring properties and anyone interested in downtown, the types of people that would be commenting at a meeting, I think that will also be a more efficient process, which I think is why you're here tonight. You're trying to figure out the best way to proceed and most efficiently.
We actually did that on the Presbyterian Church. I'm not sure if Cecilia, maybe you were on the committee then, but they did a subcommittee there to work with us on that 3-story addition I did on the church.
Yes, I do remember that project, and I believe I was on the subcommittee. Yes, Heather.
Chair Rios, I did want to bring up that there was an early neighborhood notification meeting that was held on the development plan as required by code for the current planning side of things. And I don't believe there was anybody in attendance, and there was notice with signs on and all.
Was the design as far advanced as what you presented tonight?
In the big picture ways, not so much in all of the details, but I think you're in an area that is surrounded by, hotels and commercial properties. And I hear you when lots of people show up, but it's typically we're also working on the Alvord School. We had a lot of people show up there because we're in a residential area.
Right. Sure. No, and it may be that, that could be just helpful information that you would get. It's just that I think that there will be people weighing in because this is going to have a big impact on both an existing building that some people have strong feelings about, as well as the downtown area. But just very, very generally, I think you're doing a great job maintaining all the primary facades. So kudos for that. That's extremely important. The windows, you're going to need a window assessment if you want to replace those. The board will not consider replacement unless there is a window assessment that says they're not repairable because they're on the primary facade.
And on that window assessment, is there some criteria under the qualifications of that person that does the assessment?
Well, Heather, you can address who we're allowing to do window assessments. Now we tend to see 2 people frequently.
Is that Ray?
Yeah, that's one.
Okay.
And I'm sure you can talk to staff about what we normally request, but that is actually a requirement that we have because the code specifically says we're not, that all historic windows on a primary facade should be repaired rather than replaced. So the only time we allow them to be replaced is when they're not repairable. So if you want to replace them, that's just something you might as well get going with. The big issue, I think, on the exception, I guess there are 2 from my perspective. One is just the sheer size of the addition. The ordinance says 50%, and I think you're at about 300%. So that's a really, really large difference between what's allowed and what you're asking for. I'm not really actually even opining on what my view or the board's view would be. It's just that's a pretty significant variation from what the ordinance requires. And, I guess to ameliorate that somewhat, if there was some way of doing a little bit more separation between the existing contributing building and that huge amount of new footprint, then it wouldn't feel like you're just adding on to the building, but you're kind of creating something adjacent to it, even if at some point they're attached, which I'm sure you want them to be for a hotel. So that's one thing. The other thing is just a style issue. I personally would have a very difficult time finding that the style meets the ordinance of any of the facades of all the new construction, basically. I think that they don't meet old Santa Fe style or recent Santa Fe style, all of which are supposed to emulate Adobe construction and traditional building techniques. And I think it's not that it's not attractive, and I think you've done an interesting job trying to incorporate design elements in the existing building, but this is in extremely sensitive area of historic Santa Fe, and I think a lot of the design elements, the extreme geometric quality of it, the steel elements and so forth, I think are contrary to the traditional style that is mandated under the ordinance. And so I would want to see it personally soften quite a bit and become much closer to something that we could all agree would fit within the recent Santa Fe style.
And please be specific. I mean, I heard some specifics. You don't like the steel.
Most of the detail and the massing generally looks like a kind of like a block of apartment buildings. It's very, very rectangular, very geometric, I would say, very squared off, very hard edged. It's basically a modern interpretation of old massing, and that is done a lot in certain areas outside of our district, but I don't believe it's it would fit right in many areas in Albuquerque and outside of our historic districts, but not within the downtown and East Side Historic District. So go ahead, Heather.
You remember Bienvenue. We certainly dealt with a project that was a detached building recently where we were concerned about the design. And this is distinct in that it is an addition to the existing building, and especially on historic buildings, the code states additions shall have similar materials, architectural treatments and styles, features, and details as the existing structure. So that might be something to ponder as we're going forward.
Right. So it has to meet two requirements. One is just the requirement of meeting the definition of either old or recent Santa Fe style. Clearly, we're dealing with recent here, and being consistent with the existing building, but not so much so that it's an exact match and you can't tell the difference. That's the dividing. That's the line you have to figure out how to walk. So, anybody else?
Yes, Member Aguilar-Navarro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, I would also like to say thank you for the renderings in the video. They are very helpful. I appreciated that you showed versions without the landscape. As a landscape architect, I know the landscape can sometimes be used to cover up what is behind. So thank you for that. I also appreciate that you seem to have maintained the color of the existing windows, which was one of the comments we had from our last meeting, and also the stucco color. You seem like you're trying to maintain that. Very high level, like at this moment, I don't believe I have any issues with the height variation that you'd be asking for. Moving on to some likes. I like that you're restoring the historic portal on the existing building. I like that you are removing parking from view and moving it underground. And I think I like the changes to what you're doing to the perimeter wall. You know, we saw everything very quickly and it's a lot to digest, but I think from what I saw tonight, I think that's an improvement. The pilasters along Paseo, I think, seem quite beefy and they're better proportioned along Alameda, but details. On to some things that I would have an issue with. I second pretty much every comment that Member Bienvenue said. At this moment, I'd have a style issue with the proposed building. It doesn't appear to be harmonious with the streetscape, nor does it meet the requirement of the addition, as Heather had mentioned. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way at all, but at quick glance, to me, it reads more like an apartment complex than a hotel in downtown Santa Fe. And I can't pinpoint exactly what's giving me that impression right now without having some more time to like sit with the drawings. But it just reads as very busy to me. And I think a lot of what's contributing to that is that it seems like you're trying to give every room access to a balcony. So that's just adding a lot of detailing to the exterior. Like where the jewelry, not every room has a balcony. Some just have a window and the balconies are, kind of placed throughout. So I think the balconies for me are contributing a lot to that busy feeling that I'm getting, particularly along Paseo. I will say the Alameda facade was my favorite, just quickly looking at these tonight, and I didn't see much of an issue there. So just echoing Member Bienvenue's comments that overall, I think it needs to be softened, needs to complement the existing building a bit more. At this moment, I wouldn't be in favor of approving the variation for the footprint with this design. Again, because I think it feels so busy. And of course, the larger the footprint, the more that's emphasized. So if we had a design that was more complementary and blended in with the streetscape in the building, I might be open to that. At this moment, I'd have an issue approving that. The other kind of maybe big item that I'd want to see more detail next time is the color of the addition. You mentioned a much lighter color than La Luz. So at some point, we'll need to see a sample if it's a color that's not in one of our pre-approved lists. Checking just for things like the eyebrows, they look like they were cantilevered. So checking for little details like that to make sure that they're in compliance with the code. Member Bienvenue already addressed the historic windows. That was something I had jotted down. We would need to have proof that they aren't able to be repaired. And other than that, really, again, super detailed note, but the detail on the wall with the stucco cap on the stone felt a little strange to me. Typically, I see it in reverse, where it's a stucco wall with some sort of stone cap. And maybe it's because I was already feeling like things were busy that also added it to me but again, that's a very small detail that we can address down the road. But overall, great presentation. And I really appreciate all the effort and money you put into those renderings and video to help us really get a sense of what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Aguilar Medrano. I think both, and Member Mather, would you wish to comment on anything?
Thank you for the presentation. It was great. I guess my feeling is that what I would like to have is maybe a separate informational session, if that's possible, just because it's such a big project. And I feel like maybe that's a thing that we can do as a board, is sit down and address this as maybe a separate thing. I don't know if that's possible, Madam Chair, but I'd be interested in doing that.
Well, there might be, down the road, there might be a subcommittee. But I think both of Member Bienvenue and Member Aguilar Medrano had some very important and revealing comments that were good in reference to perhaps, to revise the project. I also think that tonight we're addressing mainly massing and height. And I think that the comments that both of these members made are very accurate. I think that it's a big project and maybe, this is going to be strictly a hotel with a restaurant. And I think that you want to make it as, add a lot of tradition to it in reference to what is existing. And I know you indicated, Wayne, the front of the building is Pueblo Revival and then the side of the building because it was a school. It's something totally different. And I think within the effort that you have made is that you have tried to incorporate a lot of what is going on Paseo de Peralta into the new addition. And what I'm hearing from these board members is that it's making it look more like an apartment building and more, perhaps you should not make it as busy as what has been proposed. But I did like, and when you were presenting the video, I did like the setbacks. I thought that was important, the different heights. And the wall, I think it's a little bit more interesting than what is existing there. And are you planning to keep the mural that is there now? On
Alameda, yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, there's a number of them inside, but the one under the portal on Alameda, yes.
Yeah. And I think it would be beneficial, for all the board members to be here. We have Anthony Guida, who is the architect on the board. He's not here. I'm sure he will expound on this, whether he likes it or what you could do to improve it or whatever. And we have Member Beachside, who is also a very vocal member of the group. And so perhaps we could get a subcommittee going on this, Heather. And
Is it the pleasure of chair right now to appoint subcommittee members, or do we want to do it at the next meeting when we have the full board?
I think when we have the full board here, because Wayne, what is your timeline on the project?
We need to go to planning commission and we make that submittal in August. That would put us on either
So when would you be
late September, or early October agenda.
back over here?
November,
When would you be coming back before the board?
whenever you need us. I mean, whenever we can.
But I mean, you're going to the planning commission next.
Probably early.
And then if you'd be working with a subcommittee, don't you feel that that would be helpful to you?
Yep.
So,
Chair Rios,
Yeah.
we do, I mean, based on Mr. Lloyd's comments, there is a sufficient amount of time, or quite a bit of time for us to have those one-off meetings with the applicant.
so we can email one another and decide on a subcommittee. I mean, if they're wanting to move quickly on this, maybe the sooner the better to appoint a subcommittee.
Yes, Chair Rios, and one of the things, so we don't have a rolling quorum, is email Amanda or me or Gary or all three of us to express your interest, and we'll communicate with the members that aren't here. And then I'll present that to you, and we can go from there.
Okay, and we can,
Or appoint next meeting.
right, because I know that coming, especially for a project of this size, coming before the board, it takes a while. Even some smaller projects take, depending on what is being presented to us, take a while. And the bigger the project, the more involved it is, the longer it takes to come to a conclusion. Yes, Heather.
And Cheryl, I'll ask Member Guida and Member Beachside to review the video. That's a nice thing about having it on Zoom now.
You short one member?
Yes, currently there's a proposal, the old Santa Fe Association chair is open. So the mayor may make an appointment in the next month or so. There's been a proposal made.
So thank you all, and the city will be in touch with you in reference to a subcommittee. Yes.
Madam Chair, if we could just ask one last question. So we understand the path with a subcommittee, and that makes a lot of sense given the size of the project. The thought of us making a revision and coming back, particularly aimed at our massing and our height to be seen before the planning commission, is that something that is possible?
Yes, I think definitely that would be very possible.
Thank you. And just a clarifying comment, particularly to Member Bienvenue and of course, Madam Chair. There was a comment about repetition in geometry. Could you be specific to that? Or
Sure. Yeah, so I was glad to have that opportunity because I did want to say that I think this project does present you with an interesting opportunity because as you point out, this is not a traditional, it actually has one half that's quite traditional and the other half that's traditional in a very 40s, early 50s way, and extremely interesting because of that. And even though that might not fit our current ordinance, which was passed in 1957, so it was after this building was designed, I think it's entirely appropriate to be able to utilize some of that design language for the new structure. And that could make something quite interesting in downtown Santa Fe. And so it's, again, another fine line to be walked here. The way I would look at it is I agree with your characterization of this as being something quasi-international style. And I think that is appropriate as a description. But I think what you've done is a little bit more of a contemporary style. And that's not the same to me. So I think if you went backwards a little bit in time to the real fundamental principles of the international style that Meem and his associate were working with at that time and adapting that to the Santa Fe environment, I think you could do something quite interesting. So it's not going to look, it's not going to have those big giant rectangles with, you know, big rectangular holes in them that you look through, and just metal rectangles that look a little bit like the concrete work on the building. It's going to look more traditional in material, so maybe concrete instead of that metal. And the use of the window design language, I think you're already kind of going down that path. And that is something that's it's sort of significant here, because traditionally, I believe, and I think the board generally agrees with this, even divided light windows, which are required, we tend to not want them to be horizontal, because that is not the Santa Fe traditional style. This is horizontal, and that's partially what makes it speak of international style. So I think it's entirely appropriate to do in your new building what I at least would not normally approve of in the downtown district of a new building. So that's the kind of thinking that I have in mind. The difference between working with the international style language as modified for our environment and what I would call just pure contemporary.
Would you point us to inside the addition criteria, Madam Chair and Member Bienvenue, for being inside of that, as if we stayed inside the criteria that's laid out for additions?
So you're wondering where in the ordinance it's?
Well, the criteria for additions, I believe,
point to that, yes.
yeah, it somewhat lays out a path for how we would do what you're saying.
Okay, so it's in subsection C, new additions shall be undertaken in a matter, oh no, that's not it. That's the ability to remove them. Heather has it right on.
Maybe
her
Heather can help us
fingertips.
as well.
I think I could.
Whoever gets there first.
We may, you may have been referring, member.
Here it is.
You, Madam
P.
Chair. When I was looking at subsection C, I think you referred to this earlier. It is 14-5.2 subsection C, subsection 1, subsection.
Actually, if you don't mind my interrupting for a second, the one I think you were referring to was what Heather mentioned on additions, and that's found in D2A. Additions shall have similar materials, architectural treatments, and styles, features, and details as the existing structure, but shall not duplicate those of the existing structure in a manner that will make the addition indistinguishable. That's what Heather was referring to. And so that's one. There are multiple ones that apply here, of course. The other is just the general recent Santa Fe style standards, that it needs to be harmonious with traditional architecture and appear to be built of Adobe, which is a significant requirement.
Truly, one last question, if you would allow. I would and really for any board members, if there would be any statement of how you, for us, we certainly see this courtyard as not being in the public view. Would you all agree with that as a general?
What is the question?
If the courtyard is not in the public view?
We approve of the courtyard if it is not within public view?
I think he's wondering if the same design standards would apply if it's not in public view as we would apply to that which is in public view. First of all, I don't think we know exactly what is and isn't in public view. I mean, it really looks like the entire west or much of the west will be in public view because there's a drive. That's your main entrance, right? So it can't be closed off. The north end of the Paseo de Peralta east elevation is certainly all in public view. And then the north elevation is going to be at least largely in public view as you're coming south on Paseo. So I do think it's mainly, there may be some elements right inside the courtyard that are not in public view, but even then it depends on exactly what we're talking about. Some things do and don't apply to non-public view elements.
I would think that even if it's not publicly visible, that obviously you want it to complement what the final product will be. I mean, I don't think that you would like to introduce something radical to what the final product will be.
No, I think what we would propose is potentially more of a progression in one way or another, more in that courtyard that was entirely.
And listening to all this conversation, I really do feel that a subcommittee will be very helpful. And hopefully that it will be a subcommittee made up of people that will express the views of the board. And we don't know what the other two members would have expressed this evening.
Thank you all.
But we will be seeing you again. Thank you very much. We will continue here. We have nothing under old business. And the first case under new business is located at 636 Garcia Street. Is that applicant here? Lanny, this is your case, and is the applicant here?
He should be on Zoom. Ray Patterson.
I don't see him on Zoom, but if you can raise your hand if you're on Zoom, so I know who. Yes, there it is. So once you're ready to speak, then I will allow you to speak. Thank you. That was under a different name from Ray Patterson. Oh, I think so. Otherwise, I can pull it up.
Short, so I have to move the microphone, sorry. Is there any way to show the PowerPoint?
IT, are you getting signal from the podium? There we go.
Okay, this is case 2024-8478 for 636 Garcia Street, units 2 and 3 for status review. 636 Garcia Street consists of 3 units, which are now condos with separate owners for each unit. The units are located on the west side of the road, south of Camino de las Animas. The multifamily residence is 3-unit compound with no historic status assigned and is located in the downtown and east side historic district. The structure was constructed in the early 1950s by adding 2 dwellings to an existing 1940s garage. In the 1950s, 3 units were associated with the main residence to the south, which was split from the lot in 2021 and addressed as 640 Garcia Street. Units 2 and 3 are constructed of adobe in a vernacular style with stucco walls and concrete foundation. The roof consists of a combination of flat gabled and shed roofs. Windows throughout the structure are wood with a combination of single hung casement, combination picture, sliding and fixed windows. Doors consist of single leaf wood and double doors with full light, blank half light, and divided glass. Unit 2 is approximately 1,000 square feet. The south elevation is the front of the structure and looks into a small courtyard and consists of an entry door and 3 windows. Some of the windows have been replaced at an unknown date, and it's unclear if the openings are original to the structure. The north elevation includes newer windows, several non-historic openings, including a long combination picture, window and single light casements and divided light casements. Unit 3 is 754 square feet. This elevation looks onto the small brick courtyard. The east end is most likely part of the original small house and has a full light flanked by modern casement windows. The west was likely the earlier garage and includes a half-light door and 2 windows arranged in a step manner. The north has gabled and flat roof sections. The gabled areas on the east has a pair of modern glass doors, while the flat roof portion has a pair of wood sliding windows. There are no known previous cases for the condominium structure at 636 Garcia Street. Tonight, the applicant is asking for a status review of the residential structure at units 2 and 3 and designation of primary facades if applicable. And though the property is no longer associated with the primary structure at 640 Garcia Street, it does have historic integrity of its own. The units are constructed of adobe and are representative of how historic buildings were expanded over time. Staff believes the south elevations of units 2 and 3 are the primary facades due to the historic width of the door and the layout of the fenestrations and the various roof lines in the units. Staff recommends the historic status of the structure be designated as contributing, and the south facade, facade 2 of unit 2, and the south facades 2 and 4 of unit 3 be designated as primary facades per section 14-5.2C. Stand for questions.
Thank you, Lanny. Any questions, board members? At this time, applicant, will you please come forward and get sworn in? Or applicant is on Zoom. Swear in the applicant, please.
Yes, Chair Rios, I have promoted the applicant and you have unmuted Ray, so feel free to speak. And please state your name and address for the record and be sworn.
Good evening. I'm Ray Patterson, 508 Ortega Los Ranchos. And I would like to apologize for doing this at Zoom. I am at a wake in Laguna, and so I apologize for not being there in person, Madam Chair.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Patterson is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Patterson, do you agree? You heard staff's presentation. Do you agree or disagree with staff's conclusion?
I agree with staff's conclusion of which are the primary elevations. I would have a report that they have that Mr. Murphy had done, that his evaluation of the building was that it was not a contributing status for the building, but I do agree with the elevations of which ones are primary.
Thank you very much. Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this particular project? No one. I don't see any hands raised. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Bedonato. Stephanie, I do not believe that you have been sworn, so please state your name and address for the record and be sworn.
Excuse me, Stephanie Bedonato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe 87504. I hope that you will adopt your staff's.
Ms. Bedonato, you still need to be sworn before you continue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Bedonato is sworn in, Madam Chair.
I hope you'll adopt your staff's recommendations on these buildings. And I think that the owner basically is in agreement with the facades that are important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Board members, I will entertain a motion, please. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case number 2024-008478 HDRB 636 Garcia Street, Units 2 and 3. I would move that findings be entered, adopting the recommendations of staff. And I would also note that the Higbee recommended that the structure not be designated as contributing primarily because in the opinion of the author, these buildings had been separated from the main house and no longer spoke to their original history. But in a site review, it was my view that that separation is neither obvious nor really germane to its status. So with that, I would move that those findings be entered and that the board designate the structure as contributing and the south facade, facade 2 of unit 2, and the south facades, facades 2 and 4 be designated as primary. I think it's 2 and 3. They're all units 2 and 3, yeah. Oh, yes, that's the latter part of that is for unit 3. So it's facades 2 and 4 of unit 3. Thank you.
Is there a second to the motion?
Aguilar Medrano will second.
And roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
Madam Chair, your motion has passed.
Thank you very much. And next case is also Lanny's, and it's located at 626 Gomez. Is the applicant here? And the applicant is here.
Yes, she's
Go ahead, Lanny.
okay. This is case 2024-8514 for 626 Gomez Road for primary facade designation. 626 Gomez Road is located at the intersection of Gomez Road and Rael Road. The single-family Pueblo Revival style residence is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district, though primary facades have not yet been designated. 2 historical surveys exist for the property, one completed in 1982 and another in 1995. Both list the property as contributing to the district. The original construction date is listed as 1935. Evident in the historic survey site plans is an addition that was constructed on the west elevation between 1982 and 1995. In 1998, the 2-foot yard wall was removed and replaced with a stucco finished block yard wall with a height that varies from 6 to 7.5 feet. Additionally, in 1998, a glass block replaced a window, but the opening and dimensions of the opening remain the same. The windows in the addition were replaced while the windows in the original residence were refurbished in the 2000s. The west facade was altered with additions without a permit in 2023. The work was in progress when a stop work order was issued by the city. These images are the west facade prior to those 2023 alterations. And then this is the west elevation with those 2023 alterations, which will be coming to the HDRB for retroactive approval at a later date. In addition to the residence, there is a shed located on the property. The shed is mentioned in the 1982 historic inventory and may well be eligible for status, though the exact date of installation is not known. The shed is a simple pitched roof frame structure with wood shingles and stucco. The door is wood with a single diamond-shaped light. The homeowners applied for a downgrade to the status of the residence in 2022, but the case was never heard. No other cases were located in the Historic Preservation Office files. Today, the applicant requests status confirmation and primary facade designation of the residential building, the yard wall, and status designation of the rear shed structure. Staff recommends the historic status of the structure be maintained as contributing with the original east facade 2 elevation as the primary facade the yard wall be designated as non-contributing, and the historic status of the shed be designated as non-contributing per section 14-5.2C. I will note that the staff report still reads, because I forgot to fix that it's excluding the non-historic porch. That is an error. The non-historic porch is on the opposite side of the building. So the porch on the east facade is the original porch to the structure, and staff would recommend it as part of the primary facade. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lanny. Lanny, would you please describe the south facade and the north facade?
They have window openings.
Right.
Right.
How many window openings? Do we have a photo of those?
Let's see if I can go back to that. I get turned around very easily when we say north and south. So this is the south elevation. So it's got some smaller windows towards the back, which are the newer addition portion. And then the front portion, which is the older building, you can see there the wood windows. And then this is the north elevation. The windows are all wood clad windows.
I'm wondering why these were not designated as primary, neither one of the, either the north or the south. The windows are all original, correct, to the house? The openings at least?
Yes, except for
And perhaps the windows, the style of the windows as well, correct? Okay. Today on the field trip, I was looking at both of these, the north and the south, and I felt that the east elevation, definitely the porch elevation, I felt that that was an excellent recommendation. And I would also include either the north or the south, but it is up to the board. Any other comments? Madonna?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick question for Lanny. Do you know how long the current owners have resided in this home? Roughly?
It's complicated. He actually inherited it from his father. So his father is the original owner of the building.
Okay, so,
They've been, the family as a whole has been there for an extended period, yes.
okay, thank you.
Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just following up on Madam Chair's comments, we have learned in the past that sometimes the only way to protect these historic windows is to have them designated, or the elevations they're on designated as primary. So, they are quite important to the building. They do look, the openings clearly are historic. The windows themselves look to be historic, maybe original, so I would also be inclined to designate one or the other, probably not all three facades, because I think that might be excessive. We'd almost have a significant structure at that point. But which is, in your opinion, Lanny, the most visible of the north and south facades and important to the view from the public? I can't remember the configuration of the driveway and the sidewalk.
Well, actually, it's the south facade, because the north facade, which we're looking at right now, it's very narrow. You have a wall. The north facade has a little bit more space.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say.
The north facade, you think, is more visible. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
No,
Yeah.
the
Definitely.
south is, am I turned around? The south is. more
Excuse
visible
me,
than
the
house.
south facade is more visible. The north facade is not.
The south facade has a driveway. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. The other question I had was on this glass block window on the east facade. So the glass block is clearly not historic, but is it your opinion that the opening is? Thank you.
The applicant or applicants, please come forward and get sworn in.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record. You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Ms. Keady is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor and tell us, and speak right into that mic so that the recorder can pick up everything. Put-
Yeah. The glass block window was replaced in 1997 or 98, right after the current owners, who is my son, father, built the wall. And shortly after he did replace the window. On one of the historical survey, it's quoted plain view. So we know that. So it's since 1998.
That window was replaced.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the opening changed?
No, I think it's the same size. I think it's definitely the same size.
Okay, thank you. So do you agree with staff's recommendation?
Yes, I only want to very clarify that there's a block addition. So the original, contributing Adobe house would be, as you said, wherever the blue windows are, but anything beyond is built somewhere between, there was the 82 to 94. And there was the previous owner. So actually the whole house is the original 3-room Adobe, probably historical, and an addition of almost equal size that goes to the back.
Thank you. So this that we are seeing here, the portion that is not historical includes this 1/1?
Includes 2 of the old windows, and as you see those very small openings, they were aluminum windows. They are original, they were there originally. And that's the block addition.
Board members, do you have any questions?
Well, yeah.
Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam. Just for clarification, so that applies then to both the north and south elevations, correct? There's an entire addition to the back. So if we were to designate, then in that case, I'm revisiting my earlier comments, I might be inclined to designate north and south as also primary, excluding the rear addition. So just
That sounds, that would be something that's
yeah,
logical.
thank you.
Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this case? Looks like no one. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rio, Stephanie Beninatu, who has previously been sworn.
Hi, Stephanie Beninatu. I'm hoping that you will adopt Member Bienvenu's suggestion of making all 3 facades primary and up to the point where the block addition occurs. And I appreciate that the owners are willing to protect the historic part of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm going to take it that there's no one else on Zoom. Okay, I will entertain a motion, board members. Sounded like you were ready, Mr. Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's see, in case number 2024-008514 HDRB 626 Gomez Road, I move to adopt the recommendations of staff that the historic structure be maintained as contributing and that the original east facade be designated as the primary facade, including the porch, that the yard wall be designated as non-contributing, the historic status of the shed be designated as non-contributing, and would also include in the motion that the north and south facades of the house be designated as primary up to the point of the more recent addition.
Do I hear a second?
Elad Badrano will second with a friendly amendment that the block windows on the east facade also be excluded.
Yes, accepted.
Roll call vote, please, Samantha.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Madam Chair, your motion has passed.
Thank you, Lanny, and thank you, applicant. Next case is located at 544 Canyon Road. Is that applicant here? And the applicant is here, and this is Paul's case. Paul?
Chair Rios, members of the board, thank you for this evening. In case number 202400008515, 544 Canyon Road, this is a status for review with primary facade designations. 544 Canyon Road is a single-family residence listed as contributing to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The property is located on a 0.5 acre lot and comprises of the main residence, garage, and guest house. The main residence was originally constructed in the mid-1930s in an L-shaped Spanish Pueblo Revival architectural design style, as seen by the flat roof, rounded parapets, adobe block and wooden viga construction material, and the recessed divided light doors and windows. The main residence has undergone minor alterations throughout time, but still maintains the original core construction footprint. Here is a view of the north elevation. This structure went before the board in 2011 for a new addition, and the board denied the new addition but gave primary facade designations. And that was the north and south elevations. So this north elevation is one of the primary facades. Here's the east elevation. Now in that board hearing, the current applicant is coming before the board because it's too vague. The north and south facades is a little vague, so they're coming to the board for review to get a better understanding of what that entails for this structure. Here's a south elevation. Now this entire south elevation is designated as primary. Here's the west elevation. Here's the guest house west elevation. The guest house in a previous case was designated as non-contributing. I believe that was done in 2012. Here is the garage and studio east elevation. It is also designated as non-contributing. Here's the historical footprint from a 1912 King map, courtesy of Murphy's HCPI form in 2024. This structure was developed in the 1930s, and here's a general overview of a 1966 aerial photograph of the guest house, the east addition, and the garage. Here is the north elevation, the north facade recommendation by Murphy in 2024. Staff agrees with Murphy's recommendation for this designation for the north primary facade. Here is a recommendation by Murphy also on the east facade. However, staff does not recommend the east facade, given that the board gave a recommendation in 2011 for the north and the south. If it's the purview for the board to recommend the east facade as well, that would be great. Here's the south facade. The recommendation by Murphy in 2024, staff agrees with this recommendation for the south facade as well. Here is the facade diagram. Staff is recommending that facades 1 and 7 on the north facade and facade 3, the facades 1, 7, and 9 on the north facade be designated as primary, and facade 3 on the south facade be designated as primary. Staff recommends the historic status of the main residential structure be maintained as contributing, and the guest house, garage, and yard wall as non-contributing for SFCC Section 14-5.2C designation of significant and contributing structures, and recommends the designation of the north and south facades as primary as indicated in the facade diagram numbers 1, 3, 7, and 9. Staff stands for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. For a very thorough report. I like the green that shows what Murphy was recommending, and you agreed with 2 of his recommendations. Board members, any questions or clarification? Benvenue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I'm just trying to get a little clarity on the recommendation. So 7, I'm not sure how you color coded your facade diagram, in your staff report, but 7 is red. And I thought you were designating your recommended primaries in green.
Chair Rios, member Benu, that is correct. That facade was not changed in and that staff's error.
Okay.
It-
So you are recommending 7.
Chair
Just
Rios,
wanted to
member
clarify.
Benu, that is correct.
Okay, not 8, but 1 and 7,
And
and then 3.
1, 7, and 9 on north.
1 and 7 and 3 and 9, right? Is your recommendation?
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, that is correct.
Okay, thanks. Now there's in the backyard, there's a long river rock wall that we saw on the site visit. Did you, were you able to find out anything about its history?
Chair Rios, member Bienvenu, Rebecca and myself, we went into depth trying to find any information on this yard wall. And we were able to address that on the southern yard wall has been something recently constructed. Prior to that, there was access on a dirt road into that back part of the property. So that yard wall was built sometime after the 60s. And to what extent, we don't know. Now, the yard wall on the east most likely was built. It's most likely historic, but there's been additions to it and they raised the height. And so to know the true extent of the historic footprint of that yard wall, it's unknown.
Okay.
Any
And
other questions? Member Aguilar Madrano?
Madam Chair, Paul, I'm sorry. I always ask you about color. I unfortunately wasn't able to attend the site visit today, and I'm just wondering, is the color from the most recent HICP pretty representative of the color that's there today? If so, because yeah, this one where it looks very gray, is that what it appears like in person right now?
Chair Rios, member Aguilar Madrano, yes, ma'am.
And do you recall, was that done recently? Was it an admin approval or when did that color change? I only ask because I'm wondering if in one of our motions excluding the color and stating that I believe it's not compliant should be included.
Chair Rios, member Aguilar Madrano, I believe that restucco took place in 2013, in case 2013, 2018. For the restucco of the entire structure.
Okay, so it was approved by the board, that color.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Which brings me to a question, is that color approvable? I mean, it's a gray. It is not, it is not in the brown family or in the tan family.
Chair Rios, at the site visit, it's a brownish color. And maybe these pictures don't do it justice. It is a earth tone color. Maybe the applicant can allude more to.
Oh, see, there it looks more brownish, more, I don't know, maybe it's just the photo itself.
Chair Rios, it
Okay.
could be. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, applicant, will you come forward, please, and get sworn in?
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
John Dick, 112 Camino Escondido.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Dick is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dick, what do you have to tell us about this, and do you agree with staff's recommendation?
Well, I would first like to address the color.
Okay,
That is an inaccurate description of what you're seeing on the slide there. It is not at all gray. I don't know if you have a copy of the HDRB report
Yeah.
in front of you, but included with that are the color photographs that indicate a much more brown color. And I'm sure, I would imagine the members who were able to do the site visit, you were able to see that indeed it's not gray, but definitely brown.
thank you very much for clarifying that.
The other thing I wanted to address right away was the two comments or questions that I have on the primary facade that staff is recommending, specifically number 3. The far left or west side of the green line is not on a facade, it is out in space. So that is in error. The section that is probably 8 or 10 feet from the far left edge of that green line, there is no building there. So that green line should not extend that far over. I don't know if you can pick up on the photograph that there are 2 steps there that run perpendicular to the green line. That is the end of the portal. And so that I think obviously a facade can't slide out into open space. And I don't know if Paul, you wanted to comment on that, or.
Yeah, Paul, what happened there?
So this graphic from the HDRB report by John Murphy accurately shows on the left side where it's terminating. However, in the plan with that green line designated as number 3 facade, it goes all the way over to the far left. And the facade that you see that is not rendered in green is a portion of the building set back significantly, about 20 feet from the designated primary facade.
Thank you for that clarification as well.
And then I have an additional question, which I think came up on another entirely different project that I wasn't involved with, but it happened here at H Board, and that is the designation of that green line is on the front face of the portal. So is the primary facade the front face of the portal only, or does it extend back to the building where the doors and windows are located? I was just wanting to get clarification from staff as to what they're recommending.
Paul, can you tell us, please?
Chair Rios, staff is recommending the same recommendation as Murphy in his 2024 report. So everything that Mr. Murphy has identified here on the south facade, staff is recommending that south facade. Given that this is an aerial overview of the roof plan, kind of the overall footprint of the home, staff is utilizing that to capture this facade. And if staff was in an error, I apologize for that. That is not my intention. My intention is to capture this facade using an overview so the board members and public can see exactly which facades we're looking at, given that we don't have the ability to show the entire structure, given that it has a lot of different facades and facades in order to capsulate for everybody's general understanding of what we're trying to address. But staff on this project specifically, we're addressing this southern facade, the same recommendation that Mr. Murphy's recommending. We're recommending this southern facade. Same for the north facade. We're capturing the top second story bedroom, as well as from the western edge to the eastern edge, the entire facade.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Dick?
Oh, I guess what I'm understanding is not only the portal, but the wall behind it. Is that fair to say? And so, I don't know. So the wall behind it, above the portal, where you can see that singular canale, that is the same facade. That is the same wall as the wall that exists below the portal. So am I understanding correctly that the lower 2/3 or 3/4 of that wall is primary, but the parapet above is not?
Chair Rios, here is the south elevation.
Mhm.
Staff is recommending the 2-story segment, that entire facade is primary. From the portal extending to the west as primary. The same way it's depicted in John Murphy's report, in his elevation that John Murphy provides, that facade, and then what extends to the edge on the western edge. That's what staff is recommending. Same that can be understood with this photograph here. The two southern facades, even the portal and underneath the portal.
Is that clear to you?
I guess it's clear to me what Paul just indicated is just graphically in his report differs from what is being indicated verbally. And it's Mr. Murphy does not include the upper portion of the parapet of that wall. That is not a substantive aspect, I don't think, from the owner's standpoint. It's just slightly unclear. The main point that I'm concerned about is the line, the green line in the plan that extends beyond the portal. So if I'm understanding correctly from Paul, that just was a graphic error, and that the primary facade ends at the western edge of the portal.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And the maker of the motion should clarify that. If the maker is going along with what Mr. Dudon is recommending. Any questions for Mr. Dick, members of the board? It appears they have no questions at this time. Anyone in the audience wishing to comment on this project, come forward, please. No one? Anyone on Zoom?
Rios, no hands are raised.
Okay, thank you. And Paul, would you tell us again why you disagreed with that east portion that John Murphy suggested be included?
Chair Rios, members of the board, staff recommended the north and south, given that the board already made a recommendation for that previously. For the east facade, historically, it has the integrity to be recommended, but staff stayed with what the recommendation of the board was previously. We didn't add anything to that. We were just designating specifically what facades on the north and the south.
Board members, if you have no further questions or comments, I will entertain a motion, please, on this case. Yes, Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to capture this, and I'm glad we went through this exercise of clarification. And thank you for the presentation, Paul. You weren't in error. I think that's commonly how we represent primary facades, but I can see why it could be confusing at some points. So I think you were fine. But in case number 2024-008, 515 HDRB at 544 Canyon Road, I move to adopt staff's recommendation and maintain the status of the structure as contributing, as the primary structure as contributing, the guest house garage yard wall as non-contributing, with the north and south facades designated as primary as reflected in figures 4 and figure 6 in the 2024 HICP report. I would also include in figure 6 the small parapet that is missing from the green highlighted section and ask that staff revise their primary facade diagram to reflect the motion.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
May there seconds.
And is there anything further to add?
Friendly amendment?
Yes. Member Benvenu.
Given that the status is not clear on the south rock wall, I would ask that the motion include that specific wall be non-status pending further determination in the future.
Accepted as friendly.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar-Majano,
Yes.
Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Madam Chair, your motion has passed.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Next case is located at 753 Acequia Madre. Is that applicant here? Or is the applicant on Zoom?
The applicant's in the room.
The applicant is on Zoom? Or, it's John Padilla. Hi, John. Okay, John, I hadn't seen you. Lanny, may we have your report, please?
Okay, thank you. This is case 2024-8343 for 753 Acequia Madre for a carport addition. 753 Acequia Madre is on the north side of Acequia Madre across from Sosia Lane. The property is one of several properties located down the private drive. The single-family residence is built in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style and is listed as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The residence was constructed circa 1929 with a second floor addition in 1967, several additions in the late 1970s and 80s, and a third second-story addition in 1997. In 2008, the non-historic carport and portal were demolished. Non-historic openings were altered and the steps and entry were reconfigured among other alterations. In June of 2024, the HDRB reviewed the property and designated it as non-contributing. The applicant is now requesting to replace the existing second floor non-historic bay windows at the courtyard on the west elevation and redesign and replace the roof of the existing 2008 portal on the west elevation from a shed roof to a parapeted roof with a header to match the design of the proposed carport. And then construct a 451 square foot carport to a height of 11 feet where the maximum allowable is 14.2. And that's on the west elevation. The carport will have parapets, a header beam, and wood viga posts. The roof will be constructed of a flat panel of greenhouse type material to allow light into the parking area. The new carport is replacing the demolished 1980s non-historic carport with a carport more in keeping with the design of the residence. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with sections 14-5.2D and E for the general design standards and the downtown and east side design standards.
Thank you, Lanny. Any questions for Lanny? Any clarification questions? Any? Appears not, Lanny. John, would you get sworn in, please?
Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
John Padilla, P.O. Box 22986, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Padilla is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you. John, what do you have to tell us about your project?
Madam Chair, good evening. The project before you this evening is the follow-up to the status change or the status change that we did recently. The carport covering, so there's carport there. There was actually a carport previously that was removed years ago. My client has decided that for their use on this property, some type of covering is important there. That is the one parking spot that is used on a regular basis by the owner, and therefore wanting to have a protection when she pulls up into that carport. The carport now will be more in the style and keeping with the design of the existing structure. So it's more for protection from the elements, not only for the owner, but for the vehicles and that area that is right outside in the existing parking area that is on the site. So with that, Madam Chair, we stand for questions, and it's a pretty simple addition that we're wanting to add on there.
Okay, so it's mainly the carport, but there were was there a window?
In the west elevation, Lenny, you want to go to the west elevation? If you look in the bay window, the window that was replaced, it was actually repaired. The existing window had significant damage, water damage. It was repaired, and the case before you tonight is to get that codified and added to.
So that's
this
already
case.
done.
That's already done.
Okay. And was there something else?
That in the carport.
That's it, just the carport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, John.
Oh, well, the portal roof, if you look in the image, the upper image, there is a portal roof there. That's more of it's not more, it is a pitched roof. We are taking that off, and with the carport addition, it brings it all to a Pueblo style appearance for the final product.
Questions for Mr. Padilla, board members? Or comments? Nothing? Anyone in the audience wishing to comment on this project? No one. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Benenato, who has previously been sworn.
Okay.
May I unmute Stephanie?
Thank you. I was just wondering about the roofing on the carport. And you said, I think it's made out of material like you would find in a greenhouse. And if that's correct, then I wonder how visible it will be, if at all. Thank you.
That was really hard for me to hear. Did you hear?
Yes, I believe I understood the question. It was, Madam Chair, the question is in
Let me just say
reference.
one more thing, please. Also on this window, so it was unpermitted and changed, and now it's coming in for ratification after the fact. I just want to be clear about that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe the question was in reference to the material for what was referenced as a skylight. The roof it's flat, but it does have a pitch to be able to drain, but it is not an elevated skylight. It is a flat panel that will allow light to come into that carport area. It's on the west side, wanting to make sure we maintain daylight or natural light into that carport area. So it is not a skylight on a curb. It is definitely an inch or two above the roof. The parapet is about a foot tall as it goes around the roof. So will it be visible? No, unless you were on the second floor looking down into it.
Thank you, John. Board members, if you have no questions or comments, yes. Member Aguilar Madrona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm flipping through this packet and I'm trying to make sense of these windows, and you probably know. Can you tell me when? I understand that the bay windows were recently replaced and that the second story was like 1967-ish, but when did the second story and the first story bay window appear as bay windows? Were they always that way, or just at what point did they appear as bay windows?
The lower level bay window was not touched. That's always been there as far as when my client, the owner I am working with, acquired the property. The upper window has been repaired. It was not replaced. It was existing window that had areas of rot and in essence, light coming in and water infiltration, et cetera. They were repaired in place. So they were not removed and then replaced. They were not replaced in kind. They were repaired in place.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And when did your owner occupy
Acquire the property?
Mhm.
One moment, I'll ask her. It was acquired September 2021.
Okay, yeah, so I'm sure these bay windows weren't original to the design, so that's what I'm trying to figure out when they happened. Because typically if we were asking, someone were asking to replace a window that wasn't in compliance, we'd most likely ask them to replace it with a window that meets the current code. So understand that it's nothing your client did, just trying to wrap my head around the timeline of this.
I believe those bay windows were part of the 1997.
Okay. And what was there before, Lanny? I was trying to find a photo. Did that bump out always exist?
I think the bump out was there, but I don't think the windows were.
Oh, no windows at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell from the older drawings.
Thank you.
There are no further questions. Motion is in order. There's three of you here. One of you, please make a motion. Member
Sure, I will
Benvenu.
then. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'll go ahead in case number 2024-008543 HDRB 753 Acequia Madre. I would move that the recommendations of staff be adopted and that the application be approved as submitted.
Madrano will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano, Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Madam Chair, your motion has passed.
Thank you very much.
Next case is located at 824 Dunlap. Is that applicant here? The applicants are here. And Lanny, may we hear from you?
Okay. This is case 2024-8621 for 824 Dunlap Street, Unit D for a remodel. 824 Dunlap is located on the north side of the road, just to the east of South St. Francis Drive. Unit D is in the rear of the property and is not publicly visible. The single-family residence at 824 Dunlap Street, Unit D, is listed as non-contributing to the Westside Guadalupe Historic District due to its age. The unit is one of 4 units approved in 2003 and constructed in 2003 and 2004. The unit is designed in the contemporary Santa Fe style with rounded parapets and wall-dominated masses. The north-facing elevation of the building features rusted steel portals and single light doors. Tonight, the applicant proposes to replace the Latia fence along the south and east property lines by installing new steel posts and reinstalling approximately 85 lineal feet of existing Latia fence along the same alignment to the original height of 7 feet 8 inches for the east section and 7 feet for the south section, where the maximum allowable height is 8 feet. Construct a CMU yard wall for 12 linear feet between the back of the house and the south property line. And construct a CMU storage shed unit with the rear of the storage structure abutting that yard wall. The storage unit will be 9 feet 4 inches high and will have single panel doors facing east into the property. The stucco will match the house. They're going to install 3 light sconces on the storage shed, with 2 on the west side and 1 on the east. And then install an unprimed steel pedestrian gate at 6 feet 5 inches high in the west CMU wall between the house and the storage structure. They'll install unprimed steel window canopies over 3 west side windows and 1 south side window. Canopies are constructed of steel tubing and corrugated metal. And they will patina in order to achieve the prime color that they would like. Elevations for the shed, wall, and fence gates and awnings are provided. And staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds the application complies with general design standards and the West Side Guadalupe design standards.
Well, thank you, Lanny. You indicated in your report that this building has rounded masses. It does not. It has very straight edged. It's a very straight edged building, very straight edge corners. As you can see right there.
Yeah,
And as we saw today on the field trip.
rounded edges are probably the original building.
Uh,
Unit A.
Probably.
Sorry.
Just a correction for the report. Board members, do you have questions? While they're thinking of something, so the shed is going to be located within the this coyote fence that we see here,
Yes, the one in the upper left corner.
and it's going to be within that area towards the back. Okay. Any other questions, comments, Member Benvenu?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What's the current historic status of the structure?
It's non-contributing. It's new construction as of 2004. So it's due to age.
I'm just looking through the application to try to get a sense as to exactly what's being requested. I don't see anything that shows any of the detail. I see a site plan.
All be in there.
It
This
should
is
all
the-
be in here.
Yeah, this is the site plan here.
Okay, the last page, I guess, is showing the gates. Can you put those up so
Yeah.
that I can?
Would you show us the
Just
gate
all on my printed version.
and show us the fence, the proposed fences and the gates, please?
Here.
And what are the materials that are being used?
The fencing for the most part is Latia fencing, and then there's a yard wall on the interior. So that photo where the shed is going to be is actually going to be a yard wall. It'll be CMU.
Okay, and would you give us the heights of those, the fences and the yard walls again, please?
Okay, the Latia fences are going to vary between 7 feet and 7 feet 8 inches. And then the CMU wall is 6 feet.
And tell us again the public visibility of these?
These are not publicly visible at all.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, yes, I did. I guess I would, as Madam Chair pointed out, certainly not rounded parapets or corners in any way, but this apparently was all approved at one time, including the steel canopies, the squared off corners, and the non-conforming windows. I guess my perspective on this application is that I wouldn't agree that it complies with necessarily with the standards, but it certainly is consistent. The proposal is consistent with the existing construction. Would you agree? I don't see any really strong differences between what's being proposed and what was already approved by the board for this particular house.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So I think the question really before the board is, perhaps regardless of whether or not it meets the strict standards of the district, whether it should be approved as consistent with the existing construction that it's complementing. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Anyone in this audience wishing to comment, please come forward.
I'd like to speak to the applicant first.
And just come forward to the podium and you'll get sworn in.
Sorry, the applicant hasn't had their opportunity to speak.
Applicant, did you wish to come and speak? Yeah, just have a seat there and they will speak. And sorry, I did not mean to eliminate you.
All right.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
Douglas Gilbert, 220 South Maple, Oak Park, Illinois.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
And the gentleman has been sworn in, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. What do you have to tell us?
Yeah, we agree, of course, with the staff recommendation. I'm the architect, by the way, for the applicant. And just to maybe clarify Commissioner Benvenue's comments or questions, yeah, the design of the shed is meant to reflect the contemporary hard-edged corners of the existing house. One thing I might want to just make sure we clarify, the Latia fencing that is on the south side and the west side of the property lines, those are actually remaining in place, but we're just adding posts to provide more stability for them, and then they'll be kind of reset properly, but not removed and replaced. The only fencing that is being proposed to be removed is the shorter gateway into that rear yard where the new wall and shed or utility shed will be.
Yeah, I'm glad you clarified that because on the field trip today, I noticed that the fencing that you are not going to replace looked pretty stable.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's leaning here and there,
Yeah,
or whatever.
but-
So we're just
but you're
adding
gonna
posts in
stabilize it.
order to provide the stability to that, but the fencing itself remains and the litias will remain.
Any questions for the applicant? Yes. Pilar Medrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lanny, can you go to a photo? This is like photo 7, view of rear yard looking east from Unit D parking area. Yeah, that one's fine. So the fence that's running perpendicular to the building on the bottom right corner, that one's staying in place or getting removed?
That's the one that's being replaced with the garden wall, and on the far right side of that is where the shed would be.
Okay, and the garden wall is the block construction?
It's blocked with stucco.
Okay, great. And on the other portions of the fence that you're going to repair with steel vertical posts, will there be any supporting horizontal steel posts added?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there'd be steel, they might be wood, which is more typical with Latia fencing to provide the horizontal stability, right?
Okay, and I'm sure you know this, but just as a reminder, any of those supporting members have to be on the private side of the property.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Now we have public comment. Ma'am, you can come to the podium.
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Laura Post. My address is 832 Dunlap Street, Unit F, in the CC compound, which is adjacent to this compound.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Supposed to sworn in, Madam Chair.
I'm a little confused. You went on a field trip today, so you were there. Okay, so when I was looking, I'm here for representing the other members in the compound. And when we look at the proposed building that's being discussed, you can see it from the street and you can see the yellow sign from the street, and it's the far back unit. And our concern is that if it's the building we're thinking it is, it's adjacent to the wall that separates our compounds. And so what I'd like to clarify is where this 9-foot shed is going, because there's one of the homeowners of our compound who's on the other side of the wall, if that makes sense to you. And so that's where I want to clarify, because the homeowner whose home is right there on the other side of that wall is not here. She's out of state right now. She was here a couple of weeks ago. And so we
The
just,
applicant could verify, but do you see this coyote fence right here? That will become a wall. And that's where the high wall is going. But when you enter that area, then the shed will be to the right. I believe that that's the way I understand it, and the applicant can verify or dispute.
I think I can clarify. If you're looking at the upper left photograph there, that's looking down the driveway to the south. So the proposed shed would be there on the left where the little fragment of coyote fence is. The coyote fence that you see right in front, that's on the south side of the property. That's part of the one that remains. It's just being stabilized. To the right, which is to the west, that's actually 824.5 Dunlap, and that is not technically part of our compound, but it is shares that easement for the driveway. So I believe your compound is adjacent to the west of 824.5. So there's another property that separates your area and this application.
I guess what the rest of us in my compound would like to know is if it is being taken over as like a commercial and another Airbnb, because we have quite a bit of traffic coming in and out of that little compound, and they come with large trucks, and a lot of times they're parking them out on our street on Dunlap. So I don't know if that has anything to do with your historic, but it has everything to do with those of us who live there as homeowners in the neighborhood, concerned about it being turned into a resort and taken away from our.
That really doesn't have anything to do with us, but if the applicant would like, he can answer.
If what?
The applicant is going to respond.
This is an owner-occupied residence and will remain that way.
So, sir,
Will make us feel so welcome.
did I indicate incorrectly where that shed is going to be?
He said it was going to be owner occupied.
No, I'm asking the applicant if I indicated incorrectly where it was going to be.
I might have lost track of where you were saying, but in the two photos that you're seeing, the lower right one, the shed would be, you see a little fragment of coyote fence.
Yeah.
On the far right, that's where the shed would be.
Okay.
Where the gap is, that's where the gate would be.
Okay.
And then the garden wall is
Okay.
that last fragment. If you're looking at the upper left, that little fragment of coyote fence that's on the left side, that's where the shed would be.
So did you get your questions answered?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in this audience wishing to comment on this project? No. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Ms. Beninato. You may unmute. She's been previously sworn.
Stephanie Beninato. I just had some kind of general questions because they keep calling it compound, but is it a compound or these condos? I think there's a difference between the two. And so I do wonder how come the fencing is so high, and because only in a compound can a fence be that high, or when it is next to a commercial property. And the other thing I wonder about is the placement of the shed, which is clearly a structure up at the property line. And again, I'm not clear about these rules, but it looks like the border of this condo's property is there at the fence. And it may be that You know, again, that the condo rules are a little bit different, but there's usually a setback required. So I just have questions about that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I can probably address her questions and comments as well. It's a condo complex, so we call it a compound because there's several units in the area. The property to the south, I believe, and staff could correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the property to the south beyond that coyote fence is a commercial zoned property. So a higher fence is allowed there, and this has gone through zoning, so it's been approved for that. The parking for Unit D is that area that you see on the upper left. That's the parking area. So where that little coyote fence that the shed is replacing, that's all part of that owner's property.
Board members, if you have no further questions, I will entertain a motion, please. Member Glamorjana.
Madam Chair, quick comment. I'm in agreement with Member Bienvenue that if this were a whole new project, it's not something I would approve today. However, I don't think mandating that these small additions fit within our style regulations. I don't think it would do this property any justice. I think it's better that it just complement the primary structure at this point. So my motion would be in case number 2024-008621 HDRB at 824 Dunlap Street, Unit D. I move to approve the application as submitted under with the condition that any supporting vertical or horizontal members, either of wood or steel, be located on the owner's side of the enclosure. And that goes for any fence that is being redone.
And do I hear a second?
Neither seconds.
And is there anything further to add? Nothing. Roll call vote.
Member Benvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar-Madrano.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has passed.
Thank you very much. And thank you. Next case is, pardon?
Right.
Oh, yes. Hi,
I would just like to
Heather.
make the applicant aware, I noticed on the PZR that was completed for zoning, that there was no indication of height with the exception of the proposed structure. So residential compounds in the historic district do allow for 8 feet. However, the zoning code and residential districts only allow 6 feet. I have to do my research with Ms. Moore to determine whether a variance will be required in this particular case. So we'll be getting back to the applicant with a confirmation as to whether they need to go to the Board of Adjustment.
So it would not, so would it come back before the board or what?
No, Chair Rios, it would not come back before the board, but because of the height and
There might have to be an adjustment.
yeah, it might have to be a variance,
Okay.
but we'll confer. I just wanted to put the applicant on notice.
Okay. So this is Gary's case, and this is a significant property. Gary?
Okay. Jerry Hills, member of the board, case number 2024-008322 HDRB 5 Cerro Gordo Downtown and Eastside Historic District. Property is significant. Owner proposed to construct a 350 square foot freestanding garage to a height of 9 feet. The property at 5 Cerro Gordo Road is a 2,782 square feet Spanish Pueblo Revival style residential structure that is designated as significant to the Downtown and Eastside Historic District. The home was built before 1924 and is the former home and studio of Santa Fe artist Sheldon Parson. The home is characterized by a flat roof with parapet, earth tone stucco, a long portal on the west elevation, and other elements of the old Santa Fe style. The Higby form indicates that the property has been well maintained and that most alterations have been made to the property by Parsons in the 1930s. A 2001 HDRB case was heard and approved by the board for rehabilitation of the property. Another case was heard by the H board in 2005 and was a request by staff for correction of the database, which corrected the historic status of the property from contributing to significant In 2013, the H Board approved an installation of pedestrian gates, construction of coyote fence, and reconstruction of stone wall on the property. In 2016, the board approved changes in windows and addition of a 51 square foot bathroom on the east elevation of the home. Finding an exception to add on the primary elevation have been met. In 2016, the board approved a second story addition on the east elevation. Now the applicant proposed to construct a 350 square feet garage to a height of 9 feet. The garage will have a flat roof with parapets, openings on the north and south elevation, a 4 feet by 6 inch and a 2 feet by 6 inch opening on the west elevation, a solid wall massing on the east elevation. The garage will be finished with cementitious buckskin to match existing residence. The proposed stone wall will retain the north side of the excavation to match the existing low wall along the driveway. Exterior lights are not being requested at this time. That's the location of the garage that is proposed. This is the existing proposed plan. This is a close-up of the proposed plan. Proposed north and east elevation and south and west elevations. This is the south facade. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side standard. We stand for questions.
Okay, Gary, so this is kind of a combination of a carport and a garage, or would you classify it more as a garage?
It is classified as a garage through the ICC codes because it doesn't have that opening of 3 openings on the garage. So the garage is classified. This is classified as a garage because it only has 2 openings.
So, okay.
So carport would have more than 3 or more openings.
Okay, and on the east side, there's a retaining wall, correct?
Correct.
That
There
is-
is a retaining wall on the east.
Is the east side retaining wall, that is going to be separate from the wall, from the enclosure of that garage? Or is that one and the same?
I think it's connected. When I look at the floor plans, it looks like it starts at the front of the east side of the garage.
So it is connected? It is
Ex-
part of the garage?
I think it is part of the garage, and we can ask the applicant on that one as well.
Yes, Member Aguilar Matlana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since this is significant, that means that all facades are primary, right?
Correct, yes.
And does the rule still apply about no additions within 10 feet of the primary facades? And
It is not touching. There's a separation between the east facade and the west of the new garage. So there's a separation of 6 inches. So it is not touching it.
okay, I guess so that distance doesn't have to be 10 feet?
No, because it's not an addition to the facade, the existing facade.
Are there other questions or comments? Member Benega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. More in the way of comments. So this is obviously an extremely important building on Cerro Gordo Road, one of the most significant as it's been designated, both for its association with Sheldon Parsons, but also for its design and longevity. And it's mainly intact since the 1930s. So is that basically a fair summary?
Correct, yes.
And what's unusual one of the unusual things about this home to me is the garage is actually one of the kind of dominating visual appearances of of the structure, because when you drive by, you're looking up at a hill, up a driveway, and what you're really seeing is the garage and then those very distinctive windows behind. Which is unusual because normally we think of the garage as sort of an accessory to the main part of the house. So it's interesting to me this is coming before us for a carport because I mean, for multiple reasons. One is it already has a garage, although albeit a single car garage. And normally, we did just approve a carport. But in this particular case, I have to say, very troubled by really the issue that Member Aguilar Medrano just brought up, which is if this were actually this structure was touching the building, it couldn't be built without an exception. So the way it's coming before us is it's been designed to be 6 inches away from that building in order to not have to receive an exception or otherwise be prohibited. And I don't believe the word addition is defined in the code, and correct me if I'm mistaken about that, but I've never seen a definition. And I've always been a bit troubled by the idea that as long as a new structure is not physically attached to a building, it's not an addition, because that just, to me, it allows so many ways to evade the clear intent of the ordinance, which is to protect the primary facades, and just separating them by a few inches to me does not, it still runs up against the very reason why the ordinance is written as it is. So in this particular case, it seems clear that, to me at least, that if it were attached, in other words, just 6 inches further over, I'd be very surprised if we could grant an exception, because it changes so dramatically the public facing main facade. Not only are all facades primary, but that clearly is the most primary of the primary facades. And I think it would be clearly not acceptable because it so dramatically sort of alters the aesthetics of the way the house is built. And it's also awkward in my mind to attach a carport to an already existing garage. So, I guess I'm looking at this as very different than the case that came before us before with a non-contributing structure and having a carport attached. Also a structure that didn't have a garage already. And I'm kind of focusing on two things. One is the spirit of why we don't allow additions to primary facades to protect those facades. And then secondly, the fact that we do have a provision on our ordinance that even adjacent structures, if they will impact negatively the historic status of a structure, are to be denied. In this case, I think it's at least arguable that this particular structure, if it were permitted, could impact at least the significant structure, the significant status, possibly even the contributing status, if it were to be permitted. And part of the reason for that is and coming back to the 6-inch separation from the approach to the house, you would never know there was a separation because there's actually a buttress that is protruding out slightly from the wall that would hide the separation. So really, for all intents and purposes, will appear to be an addition to the house, which I think it is more or less. So I'm kind of laying out my concerns about this project so that the applicant has a chance to address them when they step forward. Thank you.
For your comments, Member Benvenu. Anything else before I ask for the applicant to come forward? Applicants?
Please raise your right hand and state your name and address for the record.
925 Cayarco, San Pedro.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Mr. Waits is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Sir, if I can ask you to speak right into that mic. We would appreciate it.
So, the concerns of I understand that the structure is a significant one. And I did take that into account, by, making the detached addition, blend in with the architectural style as best as possible. But the other concern, the reason why the carport is that I don't know in your site visit if you didn't notice, and you did mention that looking uphill, is that that is one of the problems with that parking garage. In fact, always, and that one, you never get to see that garage because there's cars always in that driveway. They're just always there. So what any pedestrian would be viewing was the backside of cars and not the front of that garage. That garage also is very antiquated. The height of it, the entry of it makes it almost impossible to use it as a garage, as well as the descent down to the street. So what we wanted to do was provide for the owner, who are getting up in age, a safe egress from their parking into their entry courtyard. The structure itself is rather minimal in that all one would see is the top of the roofing, as well as the beyond, seeing the stone wall, etc. So I don't think aesthetically it would impact the visuals of the significant structure. And I do think it would increase it significantly, the vantage point of pedestrians walking past that to actually be able to view that structure, because the owners would be able to park their cars and we wanted to excavate and bring that whole parkway down. So we're going to excavate down so that actually is a safe egress to and from parking for the owners.
Any questions for the applicant or comments at this moment? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments. Is it just a one-car carport or a two-car carport?
2-car.
Okay. And so you're saying that, I mean, right now that's already an existing parking area.
A parking area is single parking.
Single.
And it's at this extreme angle, coming down from that. It goes up 2 feet after you pass that buttress.
I see.
So, and I did pay rather quite attention to that buttress, and this is why that carport was put behind the buttress to maintain, so that the buttress maintained its hierarchy. I do not think that roof arm changes in fact, I think it gives that building a little bit more groundedness. Right now, it's just this garage floating over on the side with all of this other structure to the left of it, or to the west of it. And so I actually think that it actually complements the building, the carport actually. And I know for a fact that it would make for better vantage points from the street as you pass that building to actually see that structure, because as I said, the parking's single lane and it's always in front of you can't see the building.
Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you. Member Rios, Member Bienvenue. I would like to ask IT to share my screen because I do have a good vantage view of the site from street view. So if IT can share my screen, that would be great. Mine has a bit of a different perspective, but if you feel oh, there we go. So there's a perspective view of the proposed parking area. And then we can go back to Gary's shot if you wish.
Can you see it okay?
Yes, thank you.
Member Aguilar Medrano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to share my thoughts, I know as architects, you're given a puzzle that you have to figure out. And I definitely think I see that you're constrained on this site, especially given the topography. So I think you did everything you could to try to meet the need that the owner was giving you. I'm still struggling with, Member Bienvenue always says it, what I'm thinking so much more elegantly. I'm struggling with the intent of the 10-foot distance between a primary facade and an addition and what that means. And while this is physically separated by 6 inches, like you said, from the street view, I think it's going to read like one structure. I definitely like sympathize with the need for a garage, but unfortunately on the east side, they're few and far between, and it's just not a reality and a given. This house actually does have one, which is nice. And in terms of access, I mean, we always want to support owners aging in place, but I do see even in this proposal, the owner would still have to walk down a series of steps, continue to walk outside before entering the house. So it's not like this addition is providing a single level entry directly into the house. So while I can see why it's improving the access, I don't think it's eliminating that issue completely. I do think we could make improvements to that parking space and try to make it more level, and that could be, something that's done without an addition, regrading it and adding in some more stone walls. But at this point, I would be concerned about the significant status of the structure with approving this addition.
Your comments, Member Aguilar Medrano? Any other comments or questions? Yes, Member Bathurst.
Is there a possibility of modernizing that garage to make it easier for the owners? Not really. Is it just not?
The square footage of that garage is the square footage of that garage. So you'd be,
Right.
and even if you got rid of that door, that garage still would not be more than a 1-car garage. That feels very claustrophobic, hard to get in, hard to get out. They don't use it as a garage. It's just not used as a garage.
They're using it as storage at this point?
They're using it as storage at this point. It's just so inconvenient. If I would say the best case or worst case scenario for the owner, or best case scenario, would be in all cases, even if that we didn't do a carport, that we were able to do an excavation and open that area up and do a stone wall along there so that they could at least have parking that if there's ice on the ground, they're sliding down towards the street.
Thank you so much.
Anyone in this audience wishing to comment on this case? No one. Anyone on Zoom?
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, because I'm just still seeing the geographic GIS information up on the screen. I agree with the member Aguilar Medrano and member Bienvenue that it's sort of playing games by just making this 6 inches apart, because it's not going to read that way, and it really interferes with the significant or primary facade. And as has been pointed out, it's really not a solution to getting into the house and being totally protected from the elements. It's just, it may improve it a little bit, but again, it's not actually solving the problem. And I'm just sorry that somehow they can't use this garage in the way it's meant to be used, even if it is just for one car, because I don't see how it can be so inconvenient, because I assume it is actually connected to the house itself. Thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom?
Chair Rios, no.
Thank you. Members of the board, I'm ready for a motion. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So case number 2024-008322 HDRB 5 Saragordo Road. I would have move to have findings entered that the proposed garage / carport has the effect of being an addition to a primary facade on this significant structure, and which is prohibited under our ordinance. And the separation of 6 inches, particularly with the buttress in front that will hide the separation, does not ameliorate that effect of it being an addition. And secondarily, that this proposed structure would have a deleterious effect on the historic status of the existing home by reading as an addition to a primary facade that is inconsistent with the original design. And for those reasons would deny the application, but without prejudice to the applicant's ability, if it satisfies all other city requirements, to be able to excavate and add retaining walls so as to be able to create the exact same footprint for 2 vehicles in the exact same location, just not covered by the garage.
Is there a second to this motion?
Todd Madrano will second.
And is there anything further to add? Nothing further to add. Roll call vote, please.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion for denial without prejudice has been passed.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Sue. The next case is located at 918 Acequia Madre. Lanny, this is your case.
Richard Martinez is online.
Okay, this is case 2024-8623 for 918 Acequia Madre, Unit H, for alterations to a previous approval for new construction. The property is located east of Camino del Monte Sol and west of Camino Don Miguel and just north of Don Miguel Place. The single-family residence currently under construction is in the downtown and east side historic district. It's a 3,874 square foot single-family residence in the Spanish Pueblo style with painted territorial wood beams and posts at the portals. And it was approved by the HDRB in July of 2021. The height of the structure was proposed at the maximum allowable height of 15 feet. The windows are dark bronze metal clad with simulated divided lights. The east elevation windows under the portal have wooden shutters, and the stucco is a buckskin in color. There is a white picket fence along segments of the north and south elevations. Retaining walls were necessary to retain the hill at the back and east and west sides of the house. The backyard retaining wall was designed as stacked stone and includes a planting strip. And the stuccoed retaining wall was proposed at 6 feet. And there is also a low stacked stone retaining wall at the street. No rooftop appurtenances taller than the parapets were proposed. Ground mounted HVAC were proposed to be behind walls and not publicly visible. All gates were to be wood, painted white to match the woodwork on the house. The applicant made some changes to the design during construction, and the applicant requests these changes to the previously approved design. On the house itself was lowered 2 feet to better fit the site. They increased the garage by about 40 square feet, increased the sunroom by 15 square feet, and the portal by 13 square feet. And they included now canale locations and exterior lighting. On the north elevation specifically, the picket fence for the air conditioning screening has been redesigned. Mechanical room door has been changed. Coyote fencing has been added to the top of the retaining walls. Brick covered stairs were added to get down to the lower area of the lot. Handrails were provided at those stairs. The window on the south elevation of the kitchen was moved to the north side of the kitchen. On the east elevation, they added some trim to the windows. Exterior light fixtures are now shown on the drawings. Changed the divisions of the windows. The picket fencing screen design was changed. The garage door paneling design has been changed. And the gate on the left side of the elevation has been changed from a plank gate to panel gate. On the south elevation, the parapet over the mechanical room was raised on the south and west side to hide the vents. The screen fence around the air conditioning condensing unit has been redesigned, and the window in the kitchen has been moved to the north wall. On the west elevation, the trim around the door under the portal has been eliminated. The divisions on the windows have been changed. Brick stairs have been added in front of the portal and to the south of the garage. And then the sunroom windows were made taller. Windows have been lowered by 8 inches, and windows on the west elevation were moved to the center of the wall, and a third window was added. On the site, the retaining walls had to be reconfigured on the west side of the house to adapt to the lowering of the house. Stacked stone planters were added to break up the height. The stacked stone retaining walls have been changed to stuccoed retaining walls. Brick covered stairs were added. Handrails were provided at those stairs, and coyote fencing has been added to the top of the retaining walls to provide privacy. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project as it finds that the application complies with sections 5.2D for general designs and 5.2E for downtown and east side.
So Lanny, all of these changes that are being proposed this evening, they have already occurred, correct?
Yes.
So was this house red tagged?
It was actually caught on inspection, so they did not pass their final inspection.
And then when that happens, then they just,
We don't get a tag for final inspections. The final inspection they won't be able to get their CO and resulting documentation till they can pass final inspection. So if it's denied, they have to revert it back.
any questions or comments, board members? None? Applicant?
Hello.
Yes, that's Richard Martinez. I don't know who's going to speak, so both of you will have to be sworn in if you're both going to speak.
Joseph Summer Carnes and Associates, 125 Lincoln Street.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Carnes is sworn in. Mr. Martinez, please
Yes.
state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, P.O. Box 925, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Martinez is sworn in, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Which one of you is going to speak first?
Thank you, Chair Rios. I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Just a little bit of background, Chair Rios, members of the board. I think you saw on your site visit today, this area has been developed in recent years, other houses in the immediate vicinity. There's been a fair amount of grading and terrain alteration. And when they started construction, it was realized that the house, given all of the earth movement that had taken place, could be lowered by 2 feet. The applicant commissioned the project engineer to re-engineer the site, which was done. And so some of the retaining wall related changes resulted from the lowering of the entire house by 2 feet. And also there were as-built regarding utility lines in the area. It was found out earlier in the construction process that some of the underground utility lines were not in the location shown on the initial plans. That necessitated some of the alterations as well. And the last item is that the project was built early on in COVID in the 2020, 21, 22 period primarily. And my client's understanding is they were under the impression that administrative approvals had been obtained for the relatively minor alterations that Lanny described. We found out that that was not the case. I'm not sure the cause of those miscommunications, but the applicant is here in an effort to rectify the situation. And we appreciate Lanny's recommendation for approval, and we're happy to stand for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Carnes, any questions for Mr. Carnes at this time? It appears not. Does Mr. Martinez want to speak? Richard?
Yeah, yes, only to say that changes were made during construction. The intent was that we would come back to the board to get approval for those changes because we lowered the house, it's true, and we moved the stove, so the kitchen windows moved, but they were in the back of the house. But the intention was always that we would follow the approved plan for the house. It was not that we're not trying to sneak anything over. Here we are at the last minute. We thought this was going to go for a administrative approval, but because the garage is 2 feet bigger, and the sunroom is a foot bigger, and that meant that we had to come back before the board. The garage was always intended to be recessed back from the front facade of the house, and it still maintained that. I just missed it. I went and saw the house over the years many, many times, and I just missed that it wasn't 3.5 feet back, but it was 1.5 foot back. I'm sorry. I just didn't realize that. This was the house that was approved, and this was the house that I was very proud of, because this house, unlike many houses in Santa Fe, you do not go into a courtyard with a wall and a gate and then find the front door. But this house actually sits on the street, and part of that is required because a lot drops off dramatically in the back. And so when we were able to lower the house, we needed to make some adjustments to the retaining walls, and that's hard for us to figure out before the construction of the house, and present that to the board. And so that's why we are here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions for Richard, board members? It appears not. Anyone in this audience wanting to comment on this project? Nope. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Benenato. You may unmute.
Thank you. It's really hard to believe that with all the engineering technology and architectural technology that you can figure out what the retaining walls would look like if you lowered the building down 2 feet. And also with an architect as experienced as Mr. Martinez, you think he would have realized that if you moved a window from the north side to the south side, that he would need board approval. not necessarily administrative approval, and would have been sure to have gotten the approval. I'm sure at this point we will probably approve these changes, but I find the reasoning to be really lacking. And again, when exactly were they going to come in and talk about the changes? Because it went all the way to final inspection, and only at final inspection was it realized what happened. So again, it just feels like lots of things get lost in the cracks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to guess there's no one else on Zoom.
Yes, Chair Rios, that's correct.
Thank you, Heather. Board members, motion is in order. We'll hear a motion.
Okay. Let's see where we're at. G, case 2024-0086, 23 HDRB 918 Acequia Madre Unit H. Move that we follow the staff's recommendations and approve the application.
We'll hear a second.
Elad Madrano seconds.
Anything further to add? Nothing further? Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Benvenu,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano. Madam Chair, the motion is passed.
Thank you very much. And thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Carnes. And thank you, Richard. Next case and last case for this evening is located at 301 Hillside. Lanny, may we hear from you?
This is case 24-8626 for 301 Hillside Avenue for site improvements. 301 Hillside Avenue is located at the corner of Hillside and Paseo del Pobralto, just south of the Cross of the Martyrs. The commercial structure is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The structure at the top of the hill is a territorial style with brick coping, square columns, and wood trim at the windows and doors. The hardscaping of the property consists of a low stuccoed retaining wall with a 48-inch high coyote fence set back from the retaining wall along the street frontages. There is access to a play area on Hillside Avenue that consists of concrete steps and a 48-inch Latia pedestrian gate. The driveway leading to the parking lot up the hill is also lined with Latia fences at about 41 feet up from the driveway. There's also a chain that is used currently to block the traffic during hours when the business is closed. The perimeter of the property consists of a combination of Latia and chain link fences and a stucco wall with Latia fence on top. Interior to the property, there's a network of retaining walls, Latia fences with pedestrian gates at each of the outdoor areas. And while the property has been maintained with administrative approvals, there are no alterations to the building on file. The applicant proposes the following alterations: to install a 6-foot-high Latia fence in the location of the existing 48-inch fence along Paseo de Peralta and Hillside street frontages, along the northwestern lot line, and along the driveway. The maximum allowable height along the street frontages is 47 inches, and an exception is requested to exceed the maximum allowable height per section 14-5.2 D9. They would like to install a metal vehicle gate at the height of 6 feet. The gate will be approximately 41 feet up the driveway, where they currently have the little chain that goes across. And they would like to install 36-inch high coyote fencing to the northeast of the gate along the southern playground area. Replace the 48-inch high pedestrian gate on Hillside with a high metal pedestrian gate that will made of metal. Replace the 48-inch high pedestrian gate at the entry to the southern playground area, and replace and install 4 interior property pedestrian gates that will be metal Three of them will be in the northern playground area and one that leads from the parking lot to the building. All of the fences exist either as chain link or coyote fencing at 4 to 6 feet, but are being replaced with coyote fencing at a consistent height of 6 feet. Along the street, the fence will change planes to go around established trees in the same layout as the existing fencing. Staff has determined that because the entire property is publicly visible, the fence line is not changing, and because there's an easy access to the property and its occupants, that it is a security issue to raise the height of the fences and finds that the exception criteria are met. Staff finds that the exception criteria have been met and recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2D and E for both the general design standards and the downtown and east side design standards.
Thank you, Lanny, for your report. So presently, the coyote fences, this is at the Girls Club on Hillside. It's presently 4 feet tall. And that one, the old fence is going to be removed and they are proposing to put a 6-foot fence. So it would increase it by 2 feet.
Correct.
But there was already a wall there, correct?
Yes, the retaining wall will remain. That's a 3-foot retaining wall. And then on top of that, where the coyote fence is currently at 48 feet, 48 inches, they're going to go to 72.
It's 48.
Yes,
right now.
4 feet currently.
And going to 6 feet, okay. And then you indicated there were going to be 3 metal gates?
There's
one of those is going to be vehicular?
There's a total of 6 interior pedestrian gates and then 1 metal vehicle gate.
Oh, okay. And the interior gates, are those being proposed as metal?
Yes.
Okay, and, okay. Oh, such as shown here.
Right. All of the pedestrian gates will be like the lower left photo, and the vehicle gate is the top photo.
And the vehicular gate is going to be at what height again?
6 feet.
Other questions, board members? Anybody? Thank you. I'll call for the applicants.
Hello, I'm Kim Brown, CEO of Girls Inc.
Yes. Okay, you're both going to need to get
Please
sworn in.
state your name and address for the record.
Kim Brown, PO Box 2848, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Ms. Brown is sworn in. Please raise your right hand, state your name and address for the record.
Alexander Dezurek, 222 East Marcy Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Dezurek is sworn in, Madam Chair.
She's going to speak first.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you all for being here so late.
Well, thank
Appreciate it.
you for your.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Safety is the number one thing when you're running youth programs, and in today's world has become an ever increasing issue for society, especially educational organizations, schools, and programs like ours. And so our board of directors about a year ago put together, worked with an exterior expert and brought an expert in to evaluate our location, to give our staff training, and to make recommendations of things that we can do to reduce our risk and make sure that our youth, our staff, our volunteers are safe and our families. And their number one concern was the perimeter of the location and that it can be breached pretty easily. And they recommended that we put in higher fencing was their number one recommendation, as well as gates to make sure that we can kind of lock down the perimeter of the facility, but also to create a barrier that slows down people and can't get in so easily. We believe that this will enhance our safety and security at the location, preventing intrusions and people coming up. I mean, even today we're outside playing with about 30 young people, and a homeless man walked up on our property and we had to ask him to leave. It'll control access. We have people that drive up that driveway every single day. And while there is the chain there, people don't always respect that chain. Risks of violence are really prevalent at this point. And we often have families that are have situations at home where there's two parents that might have a domestic situation, and we have restraining orders and things like that. And so the visibility of the girls, I know it's a 4-foot fence. It's actually not 4 foot in every location. It really varies based on what the other side where the girls are. But that visibility that anybody can see from the park is really a problem for parents that have restraining orders against another parent. Even one other thing that happened on Monday of this week is there was people that were using substances in the park down right below, and our girls had to leave the park, go away, but we also had to make sure that that wasn't visible to them. I don't have to go into abductions and all of that kind of thing, but additionally, we've had vandalism up on the property. We had 7 of our Cadillac converters stolen off of our vans in the middle of the night. We've had people take pictures of the girls from the street level as they play in the lower garden. And there's just not a lot of ways to lock the location down. The recommendation was that we really take this seriously. And so our board is committed to invest in this project and also make sure that it's looks well and it looks good. You know, we've been in that building for almost 70 years, which is kind of crazy and amazing. So the emergency preparedness that we're looking to do is that we can actually lock down the facility, have our young people and families be safe there, and have it be more of a safe zone for us. So yeah, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Kim, Madam Chair Rios, and members of the board. Thank you very much for considering this application tonight. I'm going to keep this really brief because I think Lonnie did a great job of explaining the project. I think I mainly just want to address, I think, a question from Chair Rios about the height of the wall and the retaining wall. So as you see, I can't play with this. As you see, there's an existing retaining wall, and then there's about a 3.5 foot setback, and then there's an existing coyote fence. We were replacing the coyote fence in the same exact footprint, raising it up approximately 2 feet to align with the far, I don't know if we can see it very well, the far the far right-hand side of this image. There is an adjacent property that actually has a wall that already is probably close to 10 feet above the sidewalk there. We're just aligning to the top of that wall. That 6 foot height aligns with that. And just replacing the chain linking kind of lack of a chain link fence on, I think it's the west side that's adjacent to the Crossland Martyrs Park with a coyote fence. The red lines on here indicate the approximate height of the wall. So it'll be very similar in kind, but just slightly higher, but enough to really prevent some of the view lines from Thomas Massiani Park and the Crossland Martyrs from being able to see directly into the facility there, and provide much better sense of security and better, more secure, more sturdy gates to prevent unwanted access into the facility. So with that, I think we could stand for questions.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions or comments? Yes, Member Aguilar Madonna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. As I'm sure you guys have heard, you know, we tend to really scrutinize fence heights, metal gates, but I think this is a very unique use situation and I can see why it's warranted. I think it's really I love that this organization exists within the Eastside District. I think it's important that it stays, and so I want to support it so that it can stay in the Eastside District. So a couple questions, comments. You know, like I said, we typically don't love metal vehicular gates. I can see why it's warranted in this use. It's also set back from the street and kind of tucked around a curb, which I think helps. My one comment on that would be if it could all be the rust color rather than have the border be the powder coated kind of silver toned. I think that just accentuates the fact that it's metal, and I think we just kind of want it to like blend in. I would have the same comment for the smaller pedestrian gates if the silver metal frame could just be kind of that dark brown rust powder coated that the horizontal panels are going to be. And my only other question would be on pedestrian gate number 1. That's the one that faces Hillside Drive and sits within the 6-foot proposed coyote fence. Would you be open to that gate being coyote fence, at least on the Hillside Drive? It could have a metal, frame supporting it on the private side. Just curious of your thoughts about that, if that would meet your security needs while kind of disguising that on the most visible side of the street, or if you think that impacts the perimeter security at all.
I mean, I think we want to see the project happen, to be honest. And so if that's what it takes, we can put Latias on that fence on the outside. I think we want to keep it metal because that's more secure. But if we put Latias on outside of like a metal fence, I think that works fine. As far as the silver, I think that can be easily like adjusted and have that all be the same rust color.
Okay.
And just for clarification, the driveway gate matches the other gates. It's a little bit different in this. It actually matches the pedestrian gates down on the left. It looks like that. They're just bigger, not.
Oh, not woven?
Yeah, it's not woven.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same gate. It's two.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious what other board members say. I think if we could change that pedestrian 1 at least to be disguised as a coyote fence on Hillside Drive. I also think that actually might be more secure if it doesn't look like a gate and people just think it's part of the fence. That will minimize the use of metal gate precedents that we always get thrown in our face, but I'm open to either.
Thank you for your comments. Member Aguilar Pedrano, any other comments or questions? Yes, Heather.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I would just like to let the applicant know that there are standards that are called community placing through environmental design. One of the big issues when it comes to having problems with crime is that you don't want a fence that can be scaled or a gate that can be scaled. So the woven design is very attractive, but hopefully the depth of it isn't enough that somebody could just step on it and go up and over.
Yeah.
So that would just be one observation that I would make.
Yeah, actually, we have the same problem with 5-year-olds climbing gates. And so we worked to design them in a way that you can't put your feet in between the slats so they can't climb over them. So yeah. We have a lot of 5-year-olds like to run and jump and hide and
Let's see if other board members have comments or questions. Member Benmenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for presentation. I mean, of course, there's no dispute about the need for total security. So that's not the question before us. And 6 feet is obviously what's required, I think, in this situation. I really don't like the gates, so I'm glad that got brought up. I don't have any idea why you would want those gates there. I don't think they fit in your property or the district or the neighborhood. And I don't see why they would be better security. I think they look very climbable. So I would much rather see a metal frame is fine, and that could be rust if you want or whatever. But I think that, vertical latias would make so much more sense to me, and I don't see why that would be any less secure. And it's very traditional in the area.
yeah, they're just so high usage. And so when we design them, they get moved a lot, they get battered a lot. And so we've had Latia gates before that were built on metal. And so we kind of wanted that strength. Now, if there's some of the gates that you think we should put Latias because they face.
Or just wood is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a metal frame is fine, but any kind of fenestrated wood, I think latias would be fine. I'm not sure why that, if it's constructed properly with a frame, I would think they would be quite durable. I've never seen them fall apart, but you have better experience on that. But I really think it's important to fit in with both the neighborhood and your property that they be wood rather than metal. And then secondly, as far as the height goes, it is a slight concern that the retaining wall plus the coyote fence, you end up with basically a 10-foot wall from the street level. And I'm just wondering if you're taking down the entire coyote fence, and rebuilding it, is it possible to set it in another foot so that you have just a slightly wider retaining area for planting purposes, and that will create more of a step back, so it won't seem quite as extreme from the street.
Yeah, I mean, again, we want to make the project happen, but again, we're also a nonprofit, and over my time there, we planted lots of things and they die and there's no water down there. So, more foot is probably not going to get us a better design in the garden area for us. So, we can do that. Yeah, absolutely. It also just takes away from the amount of play area and area that we can serve kids lunch and things like that. So, the more space that we take away, the less space we have for the youth to enjoy programs, and at some point that prohibits how many kids we can serve. So.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that, but looking at the property, it just looked like that just even a foot would help prevent it feeling like a huge fortress wall from the sidewalk, and give you all the same security, maybe even slightly more if it was built up. And it didn't look like from the interior, although I do see that's where kids play and they have tables and so forth, that would really impact, because you're already at something of a slope where people aren't really, participating in a lot of activities. I don't think at that very edge of the perimeter. So, and as far as planting, it would be ideal to put some plants there, but I completely understand that you have your limitations. Yeah, I know. I can imagine what your budget is like, having to raise for that every year. So definitely need to take that into consideration.
Yeah, and just as a point of that, we are working with someone who's donating some of the materials for the metal gate. So that's part of also the reason that we're moving forward with that, because it has been really cost effective for us to do that, working with have that done.
Well, is that someone that would also be able to do different types of gates as well? I mean, they're a gate maker probably, right?
Yeah, but they also, people like to donate things they have on hand, not what they have to buy new. So.
I would just like to add one clarification point, that member BMG knew. The gates, I hear loud and clear your concern and the desire for wood on there. They actually match very closely several gates in the neighborhood just up Hillside Drive that have a metal frame and, yes, wood slats in between them. In the case of, as Kim mentioned, though, there is some concern about solar radiation breaking down the wood slats on there, these gates getting heavy use and potentially just being broken over time, which is why we tried to emulate the same kind of look with them, but with something that is steel and a little bit more durable.
Right. No, I completely understand, and I completely understand that to say that, but this is a constant battle. You've been here before. You know that every single time someone finds an approved gate someplace, they say, we get to have that too. And pretty soon we're going to have rusty metal gates all over downtown and East Side if we don't, say that that's not traditional and abiding by our ordinance. So that's why we're sensitive on that topic.
I think those are good points that these two board members made. And I can totally see where you're coming from. And you want the safety and taking the precautions that you do for these young girls that go there every day. And so that's good. And we, on this side, have to look at it from the perspective of the ordinance. And I think that we can work together and solve the issue so that you can go forward with the project. And I think metal gates, I know that metal gates have passed this board, or passed or not passed, but are there. And I think it's important that we try not to keep, I think that we should be more traditional and not go with the metal gates. That would be I don't vote except in case of a tie, but that's just those are my comments. But let's see, anyone in this audience wishing to comment?
Bonifacio Armijo, 13B Paseo Sidabaca.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Armijo is sworn in, Madam Chair.
You, Mr. Armijo. Yes, sir. What do you have to tell us?
Madam Chair, Board, appreciate everything that you guys do. I've sat on those seats and long days like this. It's just amazing that we have people still doing what you guys are doing because it keeps our city historical to its true value, and I appreciate that. As far as the Girls Inc., the reason for exceptions is so that when things like security for these girls come up, that we're able to, you guys hopefully approve something like that. It's, this outfit's been here for over 70 years, and it's important we keep going for another 70 years, but with good security. As far as the gates are concerned, I know it was a donation. I think I'm the general contractor that is hopefully helping them put this fence up and gates and everything else. I think we can improve with staff, work with staff to improve the look of those gates, whether we can do wooden slats or latillas and cover at least what's facing the street side. So I would hope that you guys recognize the most important here, and this is security of the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Before you leave, so you're saying on the side of the inside of the property, you could have metal, but on the outside, what is seen, you could have latillas or wood.
I can look at those gates and see how
Okay.
we can modify,
Okay.
satisfy that.
Okay, thank you, Bonnie. By the way, Bonnie sat on this board too. He sits on a lot of boards, and this is one of the many. Any more public comment?
Yes, Chair Rios, Stephanie Beninatto. Stephanie, you may unmute. You've been sworn.
Thank you. I find it really sad that we have to change things around for security purposes at Girls Inc. I do understand particularly the chain link fence being very visible, but you do have a 3-foot retaining wall there. And I do agree with Member Bienvenu that if you have it too close to the retaining wall, it does become basically a 9 or 10-foot wall, which is really actually not in keeping with that area, which has low fences and walls. I also do agree that the gates should be wood, not just the ones facing outward, but all of them, because that is actually harmonious with the property and with the area. And I do think it sets a really bad precedent for having more metal gates no matter what. And everyone talks about security. That's what they talked about at Agua Fria Street too. Oh my gosh, they need more security. So again, it becomes an easy thing to say, like aging in place. And I do think that wood gates, Latia gates, that they will give them the same security, the same non-visibility that they're seeking. And I think again that there should be some line drawn, just not lay down and roll over, because it's an educational nonprofit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
No, Chair Rios.
Thank you. Board members, a motion is in order at this time. My email. Okay. Are you ready? Member Aguilar Madrano, and the case number is, you have it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling with how I want to word this. If this were any other case, I would be saying absolutely not to the metal vehicular gate. I just think it's such a special use. And I do think it's very different than a residence. These are defenseless kids, many of them that you have to keep eyes on. I'm also trying to keep in mind that you're a nonprofit, maintenance budgets, and also staff availability. So I'm trying to keep all those things in mind. Bonnie, I really appreciate you offering to look at potential solution. I guess what I'm struggling with is whether I want to make it part of my motion that it has to be a condition that it's wood. If you look at that and for some reason find it's not possible, or that you can't find the same donation to match that. What I'm struggling with, so I will make a motion and we'll see where it goes. But in case number 2024-008626-HDRB at 301 Hillside, I move to approve the application, finding that the exception criteria have been met with the conditions that the frame of any metal fence be powder coated to match the primary material or be some sort of dark brown rust shade, as indicated in the application. Second condition is that the pedestrian gate that faces Hillside have an exterior that looks like Latia's to blend in with the fence. The interior of that gate may be whatever you wish, if that's a metal frame. And I'm going to leave my motion at that, and hope that you all work with Bonnie to see if you can come up with a creative solution.
Is there a second to this motion?
Neither seconds.
Is there anything further to add? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Propose a friendly amendment, you may or may not accept it, that in rebuilding the coyote fence, that it be rebuilt at least 1 foot further into the interior as compared to the existing fence line on both Paseo and Hillside.
Point of conversation, just to make sure I understand correctly. So the existing fence is set back a couple feet from the retaining stucco wall. And the new fence would be built in that same location where it currently sits, but you're asking for an additional foot?
A foot in further in towards the interior, yeah, to try to have a little bit larger step back, because right now it is very close to the exterior of the retaining wall, and I'm afraid it's going to give the impression of one very tall wall. And presumably all of the fence posts need to be reset. So
And what is the current setback from the back of the retaining wall to the face of the coyote fence?
It's 3.5 feet and the retaining wall is 3 feet. What's required by code is a 3-foot setback.
I appreciate the friendly amendment, Bienvenue. I think I'm going to leave my motion as is. 3.5 feet would be sufficient for planting if they ever did. And I don't think a foot is going to make a difference in that. And also just thinking maintenance need of that planting area. So I think I'm going to keep my motion as is.
I would make a friendly amendment that you guys forgot that the latias be uneven
Oh, accepted as friendly.
and that the stringers always be inside.
Accepted as friendly. And I will add that the latias be unpeeled like they currently are.
Okay. I think we have a motion and we have a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Mather,
Yes.
member Benvenu,
not let a foot stand in the way of approval. I vote yes.
member Madeline Najano.
Yes.
Madam Chair, your motion has passed.
Thank you. And thank you all and good luck. And there's lots of wealthy people here in Santa Fe. I'm not kidding you. Reach out. Okay. Okay, last two cases are postponed. Discussion items, anything?
Chair Rios, no, other than we are starting to plan a conference in October, similar to the Built for the Future conference that was recently held, and it will be reviewing the Historic Districts Ordinance as well as the Archaeological Districts Ordinance, and it's an opportunity to engage with the community.
And when is that going to be? The next?
No specific date yet, but the 3rd week of October is.
Oh, okay.
And we have to book the venue, but I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Okay, matters from the board, anybody? Yes, Member Aguilar Madrona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know if you'll know the answer to this off the top of your head, but on my way here tonight, I actually noticed, I believe it's 525 East Alameda, that a wall has been demolished, I think just today. So I'm wondering if you know anything, if that was an admin approval. I wasn't sure if a complete demolition could be approved administratively. I know it's a case we haven't seen. They're also doing some other things. They're restuccoing the primary structure.
I also wanted to say that at 5 Cerro Gordo, the significant house, that house has been restuccoed, as Gary observed, with Stowe. It should be cementitious stucco, and I don't know when that was done, but can someone look into that? Okay. And just as an aside, I found it interesting. We had a case, I don't know what the address was, but it's over by Cristo Rey. That was to a degree similar-ish to the project that we heard on 918 Acequia Madre. On both projects, from what I heard, is that in doing the project, the contractors or the people building the homes found electric lines that were in the way of where that they didn't realize that they were there. And so they had to alter the projects in both cases for reasons of, I guess, needs and wants, and then things beyond their control. And I found it interesting that the project that was by Cristo Rey, that it lingered and lingered and lingered, and perhaps it was a bit different, and I know it had a lot of violations, that they did things without a permit, and so did the 518. And then this project passed rather quickly, whereas that other project was dragged on. I mean, I think the board eventually okayed that other project by Cristo Rey, but I don't know, that's my look at these two projects. And I may be off kilter, but that's the way I see them. Yes, Gary, am I wrong?
Chair Rios and members of the board, or the question on Alameda, that has been administrative approved, and it can be approved if it's under 4 feet, and I think that wall is under 4 feet. Yes. They wanted an vehicle gate, but that was metal, so that's gonna probably come back to the board for that.
Okay, so yes, you know what I'm talking about?
I was just wondering, did you think that we were harsher on the Canyon Road property and more lenient on
Yes.
this one for reasons that?
And maybe the one on Canyon Road was more intrusive, more violations?
Yeah, I think that, to me, that was a very
That
clear
was-
difference. This one was very straightforward in terms of course, we would have approved these if it had come to us that way, whereas the other one were all things that the board never would have approved, in my opinion. Caddy corner to Cristo Rey Church. And in fact, one of the things that we required that they still haven't done is the chimney. So Gary, just want to alert you that they have made changes, but they still have not addressed the chimney that's supposed to be bumped out. And we've required that twice now. But yeah, I saw those as very different cases because of the extensive and
That's why I was
change.
questioning in my mind, were these really very different, or did they have some similarities?
To me,
Anyway,
they're very different.
if there's nothing else, our next meeting is going to be on August the 8th. I may not be here on August the 8th. Yes, Mr. Paul. What?
Chair Rios, it'd be August 13th, I believe.
Oh, August 13th? Okay, why does this have August 8th? August 13th? Oh, okay. I may still not be here.
It should be on
August
the August 13th.
But anyway, okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Aguilar Madrano seconds.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano. Member Bichette, excuse me. Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
you're adjourned.
Thank you, and thank you all very much. Boy, it is late. I figured it might be.